Celebrated the Astros' first home playoff game in a decade with a win, putting them one more victory away from a spot in the American League Championship Series. And welcome to a sold-out Minute Maid Park in Houston for Game 4 of the American League Division Series between the reigning AL champion Kansas City Royals and the homestanding Houston Astros. With that, we welcome you inside the broadcast booth alongside Hall of Famer John Smoltz and A.J. Pierzynski, Matt Vasgersian. Let's talk about the visitors, John, and the task at hand for Ned Yost and the Royals. With their backs to the wall in an elimination scenario this afternoon, they'll hand the ball to Yordano Ventura, who had an abbreviated start in Game 1.
Yeah, if you're Ventura, you're saying, not on my watch. You pass the baton. You do whatever it takes. You use this road crowd to a dull roar. Look at the last 7 road games, 5-0, a little bit of a high ERA, but this kid has bounced back last year from a rough bullpen, his first induction into the playoffs, and I expect his fastball, curveball, changeup combination to have more touch. He was amped up, he rushed it, and it showed in the first inning of his first game.
Young and electric, and you could say the same thing about the Astros starter today, and with 0 postseason experience, rookie right-hander Lance McCullers has a chance to punch a ticket to the American League Championship Series today.
Well, Lance McCullers is a 22-year-old rookie from Tampa, Florida, has a chance to do something that the Astros haven't done in a long time. And this kid, you want to talk about electric stuff, this kid has it. He's a 2-pitch pitcher, basically, a fastball and a curveball, but both of them are above average, both of them can get strikeouts, and both of them can win the game for him. The biggest key for him is controlling his emotions and therefore controlling his pitches and his tempo. Talking to Strami, the pitching coach over there, he said, hey, this kid has 2 pitches that can get him out. The key is he has to throw the fastball high enough to where they can't get at it at 98 and curveball enough for strikes where the Royals can't just sit on one pitch. If he's ahead in the count, can use his curveball to get ahead, the Royals are in trouble.
The Astros' Cinderella story hasn't hit midnight yet. In fact, it was a Dallas Keuchel-led victory yesterday, putting the Astros one more win away from moving on to the postseason. The Royals try to get this back to Kauffman Stadium for a Game 5. We're back with the lineups and opening pitch next. Well, the pressure squarely on the Kansas City Royals this afternoon in Houston in an elimination scenario here for Game 4 against the Astros. Welcome back to Minute Maid Park alongside John Smoltz, A.J. Pierzynski, J.P. Morosi, Matt Vasgersian here with you. And we are set for a good one. Two dynamic young right-handers vying for rights in Game 4. And for the Royals, once again, trying to get this series back to Kansas City for a Game 5. Ned Yost has not made one alteration to his starting lineup throughout the series. Once again, he'll have Escobar, Zobrist, and Kane off the top. Eric Hosmer just 1 for 12 in the series, batting cleanup at first base this afternoon. Andres Morales had another nice day at the plate yesterday, 4 for 11 with 2 home runs in the series. He's DHing, batting number 5. Mike Moustakas and Sal Perez 6 and 7, a couple of all-stars this past season. Alex Gordon homered yesterday. He's in the 8th spot, and Alex Rios bats number 9. As we mentioned at the top of the show, on the mound for the Houston Astros, the 22-year-old rookie right-hander Lance McCullers, who this year, John, made the jump from Double-A all the way to the big leagues in May and really didn't miss a beat.
Yeah, he did it with 2 pitches, and the biggest thing, it's power versus patience. I think for this game to go the Royals' way, they're going to have to be patient, get favorable counts, because McCullers has 2 pitches that he throws when ahead. They're wipeout pitches. Behind, he's more suited to throw the fastball, and that's where he's been getting burned. If he's behind in the count, his average against opponent's batting average well over 300.
Alcides Escobar digging in to start us here today. Singled on the first pitch of the afternoon yesterday in Game 3. And Game 4 of the ALDS in Houston is underway. For McCullers, his last start, his last tune-up start, if you will, came on Sunday in Phoenix, the final regular season day of 2015. He did not get a decision in a 5-3 Diamondbacks win. McCullers went 5 that afternoon. You can see the line through 97 pitches. There were stakes in that game. It wasn't strictly a tune-up start, because if the Astros had won, they would have hosted the wild card game on Tuesday. Turns out that didn't matter much, because Houston went into Yankee Stadium and put their feet up on the furniture, knocked out the Yankees to move on to this series here with Kansas City. A ball and 2 strikes on Alcides Escobar.
There you see McCullers, John, like you talked about, getting ahead with the fastball. First 2-strike count, right to the curveball in the dirt. Nice job by Castro to block it. But that's his game right there. Get ahead with the hard fastball, 95 above, so he can use that curveball to get strikeouts and weak contact, which the Astros are all about.
There's 2-2. But throwing hard to start the afternoon here, as we expected, that a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. And John, we talk about this a lot regarding rookie starters making postseason debuts. Lance McCullers will have to temper that enthusiasm, that energy, with staying within himself here this afternoon.
Well, like every pitcher, first innings are very important. This is the only inning he's had trouble in his brief career. 5.91 ERA, 4 home runs in the first inning.
Payoff pitch home to Escobar, hits him on the hand. Another big fastball that missed up and in, and Escobar's hit by a pitch. Now the training staff will come out to attend to him immediately. He walks toward the visiting dugout. Not how the Royals wanted to start this afternoon.
Ow. That's not what you're expecting 3-2 to lead off the game, is a pitch coming up and in like that, especially off your finger, your hand. You can hear him scream, ow, that hurts. Not only are you hurt physically, but mentally it really scares you and brings you as a hitter. Whoa, I gotta make sure I'm okay here. You saw him with the great helmet spike, though. You always love that from a hitter when you're watching them spike their helmet after they get hit by a pitch.
Well, the 2-2 pitch, obviously he tried to go with a fastball, and it rode up arm side into a right-hander. That is the one thing that A.J. Hinch will be looking for, to see if his pitcher cannot correct that. Up and away or up and in to a right-hander is not where they want to be. They don't mind the high fastball combination with a curveball, but that's a combination really that means his mechanics is out of whack.
Smolty, watch Escobar get his hand off the bat right here. See that right there? That actually probably saved him from having a broken hand or a broken knuckle, because it gave his hand a little bit of give. Instead of it was smushed up against the bat, there's a good chance there it hurts a lot more, but somehow he was able to get his hand off the bat, which probably saved him in the long run.
Now, the good thing is it's his glove hand and not his throwing hand.
Well, that's a situation that's worth monitoring. We'll see if Alcides Escobar is able to stick around for all 9 innings this afternoon. He's aboard as a hit batsman to start the afternoon now for Ben Zobrist, the 2-time All-Star second baseman, 5 for 12 in the series. A ball and no strikes to Zobrist. For Lance McCullers, he had hit only 1 batter in his final 14 starts to end 2015. But it is a hit batsman that puts the leadoff hitter aboard here, and now he's fallen behind 2-0.
Power versus patience. That's what the Kansas City Royals all series has been able to do, is work the counts. They haven't got the results they would like. Credit the Houston pitchers so far in making those pitches when they need to.
That's wrapped to first. Carter to Correa, high throw, and Carlos Correa able to get at least the 1 out at second base with a terrific athletic play at the bag.
That was a great play by Correa. He also did that yesterday. Carter almost made the same exact throw in the game yesterday. Pulls him up high. See how Carter's inside. He throws it, misses on the outside here, and Correa to not only catch the ball but get his foot back on the bag. That just shows you how athletic this 21-year-old rookie is. And for a guy his size to be able to make that play, that's a luxury that most shortstops don't have. If Altuve's on the bag, I don't think he's going to be able to get to that ball.
So Zobrist reaches on the fielder's choice play. 1 out, 1 on now for the center fielder Lorenzo Cain, who hit a mammoth home run in Game 3 yesterday afternoon. And the first offering from McCullers catches the inside corner. Work continues on Alcides Escobar's left hand. Cain sends a fly ball into the right field corner. George Springer there once again this afternoon for round number 2. Lance McCullers made a regular season start against Kansas City at the end of June right here in Houston, and it was one of his best starts of the season. 7 innings of 1-run baseball, allowed only 4 hits, punched out 6, and walked only a pair. So there is a little sample size. One of his 22 major league assignments in his rookie campaign coming against the uniform he faces today. And here's Eric Hosmer now with 2 gone. Ned Yost would like to get Hosmer going. 0 for 4 yesterday with 3 strikeouts. Just 1 for 12 in the series so far.
The one hit Hosmer had was a huge one, though, with in Kansas City off Oliver Perez, drove in a run with Cain stealing on an 0-2 pitch that was almost in the other batter's box.
With that big long swing and 6'3" or 4" frame, they've been able to get the ball in and jam him more than he would like as a hitter. The velocity that McCullers has obviously can work for him and can work against him. Whereas these Kansas City Royals, not known for hitting a lot of home runs, if they're getting favorable counts, they can use that power in this ballpark.
Two balls and a strike.
It's one of the things that he is working on as a youngster, a changeup. He needs that third pitch to bring along. It's more like a dead fish fastball. He throws it far firmer than most people throw their fastball.
Zobrist off first with 2 gone. The 2-1 home is popped up. There's Correa to retire the side in the first. Half inning gone in Game 4. Royals 0, Astros coming to bat. hit batsman, but Alcides Escobar was unable to come around and score. A 0 hung by Lance McCullers in his half of the first, and this is what Yordano Ventura looks at for the Astros this afternoon. No changes from Game 4 yesterday for A.J. Hinch. Altuve, Springer, and Correa off the top. Rasmus, Gaddis, and Gomez 4 through 6. Valbuena, Carter, and Castro at the bottom of the order for the Astros. It is Yordano Ventura on the mound for Kansas City here in Game 4. An abbreviated rain-shortened start in Game 1 in Kansas City. He's underway with Jose Altuve offering it the first pitch and sending a high pop wide of the third base bag for Moustakas, and 1 away. The line for Ventura in Game 1, just 2 innings. Did give up the 3 runs on 4 hits, and again after the hour-long rain delay was unable to come back out and continue. In part, John, because Ned Yost knew that he was going to tap Ventura on short rest for this afternoon if needed.
Yeah, and this guy is electric. I mean, that's a great sign, getting the first pitch. Anytime you get the leadoff hitter on 1 pitch, you feel great in the first inning. But the one thing that he didn't do last start was the tilt on his breaking ball was a little flatter. He gave up some hits. Of course, they scored 2 runs in the first inning, which led to the crowd being taken out of it in their home park.
A strike starts George Springer. And a ball and a strike now to the Houston right fielder, who's 4 for 11 in the series after a 1 for 4 Game 3 yesterday.
Now, John, does the rain delay affect you at all as a pitcher? I know he only threw 2 innings and 40 pitches, and he's coming back short. But does that affect you for your next outing?
No, it shouldn't. Not at all. I mean, it's so abbreviated that you're able to work on things. And as JP reported, he was able to fix something in the rain delay underneath throwing. So at least it's a more glorified, firmer bullpen session.
2 balls and 2 strikes.
Basically, he got the butterflies out in the first game, and now he's ready to go here in Game 4.
Yeah, mechanically, you're always wanting to be at your best, right, when you pitch in a postseason game. And he came out blazing, but the problem is his curveball was a little too firm, which that is a weapon for him. I know he just spiked one right there with 2 strikes.
A full count now, 3-2. We talked about it Thursday in Kansas City, how Yordano Ventura at one point during the season was reassigned to AAA for a very brief time. Didn't actually pitch in AAA. Came back when Jason Vargas landed on the DL. And upon reassuming his turn in the rotation, really turned things around. And in fact, it started with the night against these Astros in late July. He beat the Astros 5-1 on July 26th, and then won on a run in which he was victorious in 9 out of 10 starts. And ERA just over 3. Opponents hit .229 against him, and looked like the guy the Royals had in mind when they made him their opening day starter this year. Springer caught looking on a called strike 3.
Well, these pitchers are so dynamic and have great arms that we expect so much, but they're young. And he's been learning ever since he's gotten in the big leagues. You see this 2-seam 90-plus 7-mile-an-hour fastball. You just can't teach that. And so he has not only grown up before our eyes in the postseason last year, he's handled adversity, I think, as well as a youngster could. I know he never officially went down last year, but he was going down until the injury.
2 out, bases empty now for Carlos Correa, 3 for 13 in the series so far.
That pitch he struck out Springer with, that's the pitch as a lefty. If a lefty can execute that pitch, it starts out about a foot off the plate and comes back for a strike. It's the hardest pitch to pull the trigger on. Not only because of the movement, but also because of the velocity with which he's throwing at. You have a split second, and as soon as you see it come out of his hand, you're like, that ball's outside, and then it comes back. You see Bartolo Colon with the Mets do that all the time. He doesn't have the velocity Ventura does, but that is a pitch that is impossible to pull the trigger on.
2-0 to Correa. Well, the Astros are aware of what they're dealing with here. John, you talked about the big breaking ball, but the velocity is a whole nother story. Ventura's fastball velocity on average, the fastest in the game this year among qualified starters.
And the thing is, it's not like you can tell by the way he throws it. It's such a free and easy, sits back on his back leg, and then that finish looks like he's kicking a field goal, as we mentioned before. But those numbers will speak for themselves when he's getting the ball where he wants to.
The crowd's booing right here. That is 100% unintentional. I know there's been talk about retribution and this and that from when you watch baseball these days, but that was 100% unintentional. He just got under a fastball, was trying to go in, missed up and in, hit him on his elbow pad. This is not intentional. This is just a ball that gets away from him. You can see, thank God Correa has that Evo Shield elbow guard on right there, because that saved him, like we talked about with Escobar. But that thing does a lot of damage control, and it's on his left elbow, so it shouldn't hopefully affect him in this game.
Well, right now he's got probably no feeling in his hand, so the guard does help. But this was an issue early in the year that really led to the struggles for Ventura because of the bench clearing situations. He was animated with some of the players talking. This is not that kind of pitcher today, and I totally agree with you. Trying to get the ball in all at bat to Correa, it doesn't ease his pain right now because he's just waiting for that feeling to come back.
You can't describe that feeling to anybody else unless you've actually been hit in that spot. I'm a left-handed hitter. I hit with my right arm out front, and so it hits my throwing arm. For him, that's not his throwing arm, but you see that, and you see him trying to protect his ribs, and his elbow guard actually is a little bit high right there, so it might have got the point of his elbow, but you just lose all feeling in your left hand, or whatever hand it hits you, and you see him trying to flex it and wiggle his fingers. That's all he's trying to do, is get his feeling back in, and plus it hurts, so you want to take a minute just to make sure you got yourself back together under control.
Yeah, that's the kind of one that can make you limp.
That's right.
It hurts so bad. You think you might have.
In Ventura, like you talked about, that was his problem earlier, getting too animated. You could see the look on his face. He wasn't trying to throw at him. He wasn't trying to hit him. You could see that he's looking at the guy. He's looking over there right now to make sure he's okay at Correa, saying, my bad. That's just one of those things that is a maturity thing, and he's growing up, and he's learning from his mistakes in the past.
Well, big picture, it puts a runner aboard and allows the hottest Astro bat to dig in with a man aboard. And that's Colby Rasmus. He was on base all afternoon yesterday, 3 walks and a single, 4 for 7 with 2 home runs in the series.
Colby Rasmus is so hot right now that as an opposing player in BP, if it wasn't the playoffs, you'd go up to him and just rub on him just to try to get some of his hotness on you. That's what guys do when they're hot. You try to rub up on them to get some of their hotness, get some of their feel. Hopefully it rubs off on you one way or another.
Now, the one thing he's proven is he can hit a ball down, and in. Seems to be natural swing plane. He launches the ball higher than most hitters when he does make contact.
Ball's behind the ball and 2 strikes here. It's already been such a big series for Colby Rasmus, such a big postseason when you counted his home run against Masahiro Tanaka Tuesday in the wildcard game. Set a major league record by starting his career with an extra base hit in each of his first 6 postseason games. That dates back to his St. Louis days. Still 1-2.
He's so tempted to climb the ladder a little bit up in the strike zone with Colby and then possibly drop that curveball. He see how he was beat, the fastball up, and then you beat down too often.
The next 1-2. Breaking ball just missed the inside corner.
That to me would be the toughest pitch for an umpire to call, because that ball had to cross the plate.
I agree.
But
it has to.
Where he caught it, I guess, probably more so than not, where he's calling that pitch. But that was a really good breaking ball to lay off with Rasmus.
That take is how you know when someone's locked in.
I know our angle is not absolutely perfect from the TV camera in center field, but man, that's a really, really good pitch. You want that if you're the pitcher, no doubt. Perez probably talking to him a little bit on that previous pitch.
Evan Gattis waiting on deck with 2 away here, last of the first. And Rasmus has a base hit. He beats the shift. Boy, the Royals had him played almost perfectly. Ben Zobrist was out there in that softball beer league rover position and was almost in exactly the right spot.
Unfortunately, this is 3 breaking balls in a row, so he got to time it a little bit more, AJ, and he just, luckily the ball stayed in the ballpark and he beat the shift, as you mentioned, Matt.
One thing about Rasmus playing against him, you have to bounce the breaking ball to him. He will swing at it, but you want to bounce it right on top of the plate. He'll hit the breaking ball in the zone, but if you can get ahead of him and then bounce it right on top of the plate, especially a harder breaking ball like Ventura throws, he has to make a quick decision, and therefore he will swing at the one that bounced. Unfortunately for Ventura, he threw him basically strike breaking balls that he had an easier time not only putting a good swing off, but he also laid off a couple.
That sets up Houston's leading home run and RBI threat during the regular season, the DH Evan Gattis, who takes a big pass at a breaking ball, a swing and a miss.
Now, I know game to game things can change, but I've noticed with Gattis seems to be not tracking the ball the way he normally does. There are things that he can do to adjust. He swung at a lot of pitches out of the zone yesterday.
Well, that's his thing. He swings. He's not up there taking. He's not up there looking to walk out, as all the Astros are, but this guy swings. That was a good take on a ball that bounced about 4 feet in front of the plate, but you see Perez just slide out, get his body in front of it. That's just picture perfect right there for a catcher to knock that ball down. Not only knock it down, but have it go nowhere. And laying it at his feet, didn't give the runners even a thought about advancing. But Gattis is just looks like he's a little bit jumpy. He's not seeing the ball, like you said, out of the hand. Sometimes you just got to let the ball get a little bit deeper and think right field.
2 balls and a strike. Gattis has a couple of singles in the series, but he's yet to hit for that kind of extra base power that we know he's capable of and that he did for most of the season this year.
I also think the Royals have done a good job of speeding him up, John, throwing him heaters in to try to get him to open up the outside corner.
2-2 now.
You see that swing right there. That was a changeup from Ventura. I'm sure the last pitch Evan Gattis was looking for, but the pitch before missed in. The first pitch missed in. And here you go. You see his front hip open up. He's out in front because he's thinking, man, if I got to speed up to get to the heater, therefore it opens him up to not only the breaking ball, but also the changeup away. And if Ventura has that going, the Astros are going to have a tough time.
A bell ringer back to Sal Perez. Dating back a little bit further for Evan Gattis into the end of the regular season, only 2 extra base hits in his last 11 games.
Well, in an inning that started quickly, 1 pitch out, it's now approaching his 25th pitch. Those things add up in a game like today where Ned Yost is up against elimination in the bullpen. I'm sure he'll be antsy to use the first chance he can.
The next 2-2. In the air, angling for the seats. Moustakas gives it a look. It's out of play.
These are the at-bats the Astros, and for that matter, the Royals have been having these long, deep count at-bats, fouling off pitches. The difference is the Astros have gotten a hit when they've gotten into these counts, whereas the last few games, Game 1 and Game 3, the Royals haven't gotten that hit. And that's what both managers have kind of talked about, that the Astros have gotten the hit when they need it, and the Royals, especially last night off Keuchel, didn't get that hit when they had traffic on the bases.
The next 2-2. And finally Ventura gets Gattis to succumb to the breaking ball. 2 left stranded in the home first. No score in Houston. and Volcano Quesarito big boxes. Grab them at Taco Bell. By T-Mobile, switch to the Uncarrier today. And by Chevrolet, find new roads. Back with John Smoltz, AJ Pierzynski, JP Morosi, Matt Vasgersian in Houston. Scoreless after an inning of baseball today. Lance McCullers back to work for Kendrys Morales, Mike Moustakas, and Salvador Perez. McCullers hit the leadoff batter and was able to mitigate any further trouble the same way Yordano Ventura was able to strand a pair in his half of the first today. And here is Morales, 1 for 3 yesterday. McCullers starts him with strike 1. Kendrys Morales 4 for 11 in the series. Had the big 2-home run game earlier in the set in Kansas City. 22 home runs, 106 driven in during the regular season. And had it not been for guys like Mark Teixeira, Albert Pujols, and Prince Fielder, you'd probably be talking about Kendrys Morales as the front runner for American League Comeback Player of the Year. Fact is, there are a lot of candidates this season. Two balls and 2 strikes to the veteran DH.
Well, that's what the Royals are going to have to take advantage of when we talk about behind the count. 2-1, pitcher's pitch, a hitter's advantage. That's the fastball that the Royals can't miss today. Because now when you get the 2 strikes, you obviously bring in that curveball into play a lot more. He has
still 2-2.
2 different breaks to his curveball. The 12-6, like the hands of a clock, and then he'll tilt it to the side and make it more slider-ish.
There's the breaking ball to put him away. First strikeout of the afternoon by the rookie right-hander.
So this is the pitch I'm talking about. He starts it at the height of the fastball where the hitter last seen that pitch, and then he thinks, oh, tight spin, can't recognize it as quick as you would like, therefore swing and a miss. He won't throw a ton of them with 2 strikes for a strike, but he can. He's got his curveball that if he needs to hit early in the count with a strike, it's a different break.
There's Mike Moustakas now. His first hit of the series came yesterday, a double late in the ball game. Just 1 for 10 in 3 games so far in this set. You know, as much as McCullers and Ventura feature big velocity, it is the curveball, John, to your earlier point, that finishes the opposition. Top 5 totals in curveball strikeouts in all of baseball. There's another good one there.
2-0 curveball. If you're Mike Moustakas right there, you're looking at it going, I'm 2-0 right now. It's a 0-0 game in the top of the second. I'm looking for a pitch I can drive, and Lance McCullers drops a curveball, and that'll just ruin your day right there.
Flipped one up there that stayed high. 3 balls and a strike now. Salvador Perez waits next. 1 away, bases empty. Top of the second. No score early this afternoon. Full count.
See, that's the different break. When he wants to throw it for a strike, he doesn't quite throw it as firm, and there's more loop and 12-6 in it. He'll tighten that thing up with 2 strikes.
Does he have the fortitude to throw it 4 straight times?
I believe so.
Missed with it.
Usually as a pitcher, if you're concerned about what a guy's going to do to your fastball, you're going to throw that breaking ball. And you have confidence in your breaking ball and you can throw it close to the plate. The aggressive hitters don't lay off of it.
Here's the 3-time All-Star catcher Salvador Perez now 2 for 10 in the series with a home run. We talked about this yesterday in regards to Dallas Keuchel. There's nothing about this ballpark that would scream pitcher friendly. Yet in the case of each of the last 2 Houston starters, they have enjoyed their home environment. Fans reacting as Salvador Perez is to a young fan that was hit with that foul ball. Those are the frightening human moments that can silence a capacity crowd instantly. Play resumes, a ball and a strike on Salvador Perez, and it's 1-2 now.
You never want to see that happen, Matty. That'll take you not only out of your bat, but out of your whole day. You saw Salvador react, take his helmet off, and just look like very concerned, as he should have been. But that's the thing that it can just ruin your whole day.
Perez sends a ball well hit to the opposite field. Springer gives it a look, and that one is gone. Big Salvador Perez waits back on a breaking ball and makes it 2-0 Kansas City.
But that was a case, unfortunately, where you're trying to trick him a little bit because the breaking ball buckles him. He's going to go fastball, and he gets it up. And as a hitter, AJ, you know up, you have more chance to do something even if you swing late.
Well, that's one thing about Salvador Perez. That's his zone. Up and out over. And I love the catcher's reaction, Castro, and also McCullers' reaction. As soon as he hit it, and there you see a Hosmer, yes. Because that takes the weight of the world off the Royals.
Here's Alex Gordon now, who takes a strike. Salvador Perez is not going to win American League MVP this year, but I'd be hard-pressed to list one or two, a handful of players more valuable to their team than the Royals catcher. The job of Royals backup catcher is the equivalent to being the Maytag repairman in the 70s. We just don't need you. The guy's out there every day. The staff raves about him. He contributes offensively. He's as good as it gets.
Well, besides me, Matty, obviously.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I forgot who I was sitting next to.
Thank you. Here you see that pitch from McCullers right here. Fastball. They're trying to go away. Throws it up and away. Watch McCullers and watch Castro. They know it right away. You see Castro put his head down. You see McCullers look up to the sky, just hoping maybe it'll hit a beam up there or something to keep it in play, but no such luck for those guys.
Boy, that was indeed a fastball. I incorrectly identified that as a breaking pitch. It had a little hump in it. That was not the big 95 plus at the knees for sure. And a mistake that McCullers lets fly for a 2-run home run. Meanwhile, 2 balls and 2 strikes to Alex Gordon. For the Royals in this series, 7 of their 11 runs scored have come via the home run. That is not how they won 95 games during the course of the regular season. And the count is now full to Alex Gordon. This has been a one-on, one-off, keep the line moving type of offensive attack. And that's been the case for the past couple of years.
This lineup is just stingy.
Still full to Alex Gordon.
And they know that in this series, right? I mean, they obviously have to win, but the longer and the more they can get in to the Astros bullpen and the more they can make them work, just bodes well for them if they can force a game 5. They know their patience will win out if they can start getting some of those big hits, as we saw Perez come up with that really crucial 2-run home run.
And Gordon giving McCullers quite a battle here. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes. Gordon's home run yesterday of the opposite field variety against Houston closer Luke Gregerson in the 9th that made it more interesting.
see McCullers getting frustrated. Young pitcher, not having much experience in these moments, and just knowing that he's made pitch after pitch after pitch. Already 41. We're only in the second.
The next 3-2.
John, these are the at-bats as a pitcher that just wear you out. Not physically so much, but mentally, because like you said, he's making pitch after pitch. Pitches he thinks he should get out and score now with, and he's just putting his bat on it, fouling it off, and just waiting for him to make a mistake. And it's not the amount of pitches, sometimes it's the pressure on the pitches, for me, that wears out pitchers quicker.
The 11th pitch of the at-bat is sprayed into the opposite field for Rasmus to finally retire the side, or finally record the second out, that is. And there are 2 gone now for Alex Rios. That was quite a battle. An 11-pitch at-bat. So now the number 9 hitter, Alex Rios. He was hitless yesterday, 0 for 3 with a walk. You know, the Royals are the team facing elimination today, down 2-1 in this best of 5. But you could certainly make the argument that the longer start is more important for the Astros. Houston's bullpen depth not as great as it is for the Royals. 0-2 to Rios. He swung out and missed. A couple of strikeouts, but a couple of runs on Salvador Perez's second home run of the postseason. Early in Houston, it's 2-0 Royals. ...21 home runs during the regular season, a Royals franchise record for a catcher. He's hit 2 this postseason, and his second inning home run here gives Kansas City a lead for Yordano Ventura to work with as he faces Gomez, Valbuena, and Carter in the second. Carlos Gomez 1 for 4 yesterday with a big 6th inning RBI, but I think it's fair to say it's been an unusual series for the veteran center fielder as we say hello to the 4th member of our broadcast crew, JP Morosi.
Yes, Matt. Carlos Gomez told me the other day that playing through this oblique injury.
What's that about the oblique injury? It's a 2-1 ball game. Not to interrupt you, JP. Oh, that man has a flair for the dynamic, does he not? Luis Valbuena now. JP, you were saying?
Yes, Matt. As I was saying, Carlos Gomez playing through an oblique injury. He told me earlier in the week, when I swing, it hurts. When I swing and miss, it really hurts a lot. So my plan is to not miss. And obviously, Matt, the plan was executed quite well on that last swing.
Yeah, so far so good for that plan. And it has been outhouse or castle for Carlos Gomez in this series. Valbuena swings and sends a drive to center field. That ball's well hit. Kane feels for the wall and makes the catch.
This is just a hanging breaking ball, and that's the perfect recipe for a guy who swings hard and is looking to do this a lot. A lot of fastballs he's been able to swing and miss, but he didn't miss that breaking ball.
Having had an oblique injury like Carlos Gomez is going through, one thing you have to understand is it slows you down. Therefore, it makes you right into the breaking ball, makes you be direct to the ball.
Here's Chris Carter coming off that magnificent Game 3 yesterday afternoon. A perfect 3 for 3 at the plate with a home run. So Houston gets one of them back immediately. And again, the home run has been a big story in this series. It's accounted for all 3 runs early this afternoon. You can't help but think when you watch Carlos Gomez, he is one of the most, if not the most, polarizing player not named Pierzynski in Major League Baseball these days.
I would tend to agree with you there, Matty.
Carter swings and misses to go down on strikes. I mean,
he's got some of the most talent in baseball. He can hit, he can run, he can hit for power, he can throw, he can play center field, one of the best center fields you'll see. But he just sometimes does some things that rubs guys on the other team the wrong way. And I give him credit because he does not care at all. He doesn't care. He does what he does, and he's very good at it. And he deserves credit for what he does on the field. Just sometimes he does some things that might make you a little mad.
To Jason Castro now. He had a couple of RBIs yesterday on his first base hit of the series. I mean, there have been some well-publicized run-ins a couple of years ago with Brian McCann, then as a Brave, Gomez as a Brewer. He plays with a flair. He plays with a style. He'll let you know how he feels. He'll talk back. But all of it's pretty genuine to his character.
You're exactly right. That is Carlos Gomez. He's got high energy. He brings it every day when he plays. He brings it every day in the clubhouse. You see him bouncing around off the walls in the clubhouse. And sometimes, as I know, and Matty, you've made so clear to everybody out there, that sometimes that can rub people the wrong way. And Smoltzy, I'm sure you face guys like that when you pitched. And sometimes you just have to live with it because he's so darn talented and he's a pretty good player.
Yeah, you definitely can't let it get you off your game, that's for sure. And it can have a reverse effect if somebody annoys you.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Jason Castro.
I will say this for Carlos Gomez. Every person I know that has played with him absolutely loves him. They say he's a family guy. He's a guy that cares about his teammates. He cares about other people on his team. And that's the most important thing at the end of the day.
swing and a miss finishes off the second. 4 strikeouts for Yordano Ventura early this afternoon, but Carlos Gomez's first home run of this postseason has made it a 2-1 Kansas City lead. Alcides Escobar leads things off in the Kansas City third. 2-1 Royals. Top half of the third inning. And Escobar with a quick pass and a miss. Carlos Gomez going deep last half inning. His second home run of the postseason. His first here against Kansas City. Of course, he homered on Tuesday in the wild card game against the Yankees. A ground ball chance for Correa. And he retires his opposite number for out number 1.
See the breaking ball start in the zone, end up out of the zone. Could change the speeds, 81 to 96 miles an hour. Fastball to his curveball.
Here's Ben Zobrist now with 1 away. Zobrist reached on a fielder's choice play back in the first. It's been a 2-run home run by Salvador Perez and a solo shot that we watched from Carlos Gomez that explains the 2-1 score early this afternoon. Into center field for Gomez. 2 away.
Not having seen McCullers in person before, just having watched him on tape, it's surprising to me that he seems to have a better feel for his curveball to get a strike than it does his fastball. His fastball he's missed up and he's kind of yanked it down and away from righty. But his curveball is when he goes to when he seems like he needs a strike.
Watch his fastball, watch his arm, watch where it ends up. Look at the front of his leg. Now this is in slow motion, but a lot of pitchers who throw hard come through, whip that arm, the front of his leg. You'll see where his hand will end up. He won't do that on the breaking ball, but on the fastball, he'll come through in a nice whip, and his arm will hit the front of his leg on the follow through.
0-1 the count to Lorenzo Cain. Make it 0-2. I got a comp for you, Smoltz. You think about a former Astros starter. Lance McCullers is a right-handed Mike Hampton.
Yeah, I could see that.
Not in terms of stuff. How he looks on the mound. Maybe it's the beard, the build.
His stuff reminds me of Roy Oswalt.
Yeah.
That's, for me, that was the comp I was thinking of. His stuff. Fastball, curveball, high four-seamer, curveball backing it. A Roy Oswalt type.
Not a bad idea for Lorenzo Cain to step out on 0-2. McCullers looking for the first 1-2-3 inning of the game.
That's the different break. See, 86 miles an hour. That's going to be more towards that slider break where he gets on the side and breaks it in a more horizontal fashion than vertical.
Still 2 balls and 2 strikes.
His breathing's a lot better than it was the first 2 innings. You could see how anxious and pumped up he was. Now a little bit more in rhythm.
Carter chasing the foul pot and can't get there. The dude in the lime green shirt's all over him too.
That dude in the lime green shirt wants no part of Chris Carter. Chris Carter's one of the nicest human beings on the planet. They call him the gentle giant. He's big as all get out, but he is as nice as they come. Soft spoken.
Here's the next 2-2 to Cain. He checked his swing, and it's a full count now, 3-2.
Castro's got to help him out a little bit. Just ask for a check.
Here's the payoff pitch. Got him swinging. That's 3 for McCullers, and he does indeed author the first 1-2-3 inning of the afternoon. Jose Altuve leads things off in the home half of the third. It'll be the top of the order here for the Astros. Altuve, Springer, and Correa against Yordano Ventura. Well, after a big opener in the series, Jose Altuve has been relatively quiet by his own standards. 0 for 4 yesterday in Game 3. And it's a ball and a strike to the 3-time All-Star.
One thing I've noticed that the Royals have done to Altuve, he's ultra aggressive, especially on the first pitch. They've started him off a bunch of times with breaking balls, and they've thrown him a ton of breaking balls in the series after the first game where he got the 3 hits.
That has in part led to his going 0 for his next 12 in the series.
Well, he does things as a hitter that are unorthodox and probably something you wouldn't teach, but he finds ways to get hits. He doesn't walk much. He's got an ability to hook the ball down the line, hit the ball the other way. He just finds the baseball. I mean, it's rare that a guy with his size could do the things with a bat that he does, but every year it's around 200 hits or more.
George Springer waits next. It is one of the many similarities between the Astros and Royals, as Altuve swings and misses. Neither one has a traditional leadoff hitter, yet both teams win when they lead off with those atypical guys atop a lineup card.
Well, Altuve doesn't walk his way on the base, he hits his way onto the base. As John said, he has 200+ hits almost every year, and that's where he gets his on-base percentage and his batting average. He doesn't get it from walking. It's by swinging the bat and getting hits.
5 strikeouts for Yordano Ventura as he goes to work on George Springer. Springer was caught looking on strike 3 in the first. We talked about this Thursday in Kansas City that Yordano Ventura made his first ever postseason start last wild card game. Came out of the bullpen, gave up a big home run to Brandon Moss, and nobody in Royal Blue was sure that he'd have any additional chances to pitch in the postseason last year. We know what happened from that point on. The Royals came back with that magical snatch and back victory, went all the way to the World Series. And after that lid lifter, Ventura was very good in last year's postseason.
Well, mentally, Ed had a chance to crush him. I mean, that's the one thing you don't know the heartbeat of a guy when he faces adversity like that in his first very experience in the postseason. Coming out of the pen, had never done that. I mentioned the stat that was there for the Oakland A's hitter that was at the plate that couldn't or didn't hit a pitch over 96 miles an hour all year for a hit. And lo and behold, he did. A few runs later, and Ventura was back in his groove in the rotation doing his thing.
He made 4 postseason starts last year, won 1 of them, ended up pitching over 25 innings in the fall last season. Remember, he was out there in Game 6, the elimination game in last year's World Series, and gave the Royals 7 shutout innings. It's the case with a lot of good starters over the course of Major League history. Get to them early or don't get to them at all.
Well, here's his strikeouts. He got 1 looking, of course. Most are going to come via the curveball out of the zone. That's when you know he's got his good stuff. The hitter has to respect the fastball, and he can't lay off of that pitch. So when he's doing his thing, he's commanding the fastball enough to where they respect it, and then they're trying to cheat and go get the fastball, and he throws the curveball under the barrel of their bat.
Another great at bat here by Springer to get to 3-2. He went 3-2 his first at bat, took a fastball, the comeback fastball we call it, on the outside corner. But here again, he's running Ventura's pitch count up. He's having a great at bat. 3-2, battling some tough pitches away. But again, these are the kind of at bats that wear down a pitcher.
And a swing and a miss. 6 strikeouts for Yordano Ventura through just 2 2/3 today.
See, he kind of slipped on his follow through. It might have looked like he had done something to show up the hitter, but he wasn't. He spun out. He has some ways of making hitters get angry, but this is not one of them. He'll run away from his mechanics at times. That's why you see a lot of pitchers have this abbreviated kind of David Price. Looks like they're pitching out of the stretch. It's a short step back. It condenses the moving parts and allows him to go straight towards the catcher like that.
Carlos Correa, a swing and a drive to left. And this game is tied.
That's a nice feeling for Carlos Correa after getting plunked at the at-bat before Ventura to go up there, first pitch, get a fastball out over the plate, not miss it, tie up the score. For a 21-year-old kid, we've talked about this all series, this kid has the composure of a 20-year veteran.
Kobe Rasmussen, 12 home runs in this series, 11 of them of the solo variety, including the solo jobs by Correa and Gomez for Houston.
Well, Ventura has the 8th lowest home run rate in the American League, and the Astros now have hit their 5th first pitch homer of the postseason. They're hunting fastballs. They're a solo home run hitting machine. Lead all of baseball in that category.
And usually, John, solo homers are okay by a pitcher, but in the postseason, you want to try to limit them, especially against the Astros, who score most of their runs by home runs. So if you can limit their home runs, that's the way to beat them. Keep them in the park. It's easier said than done here.
Well, after getting hit, trying to establish the fastball back in, and you see, I'm sorry, for a youngster to have him pull his hands in. This ain't the only time he's done this. He's hit lasers down the left field line on pitches. No one should be able to do it. This kid is talented.
Another strikeout for Yordano Ventura, but another home run by an Astro. We played 3 complete at Minute Maid. All tied 2 apiece. home runs than any other player, any other shortstop in baseball this year. And his first postseason blast has tied us at 2 apiece. Back for the top of the 4th, and Eric Hosmer leading things off against Lance McCullers. Hosmer, Morales, and Moustakas. And a quick 0-2 count on the Kansas City first baseman.
Well, whatever you want to call it, moxie, guts, whatever. So far, the look in McCullers' face and body is he's in control and on attack. And as he develops, he'll understand the touch he needs to get through the whole game. But that kind of stuff right there will play for this young Astros.
Boy, Carlos Correa had his coming out party this year. He is one of the favorites for American League Rookie of the Year. 21 years and 14 days old when he made his postseason debut. Became the youngest player in franchise history to play in the fall. A former #1 overall pick. And of all the biographical notes on Correa, Kendrys Morales swung the bat. Looked like that clipped him as well.
That's a bad feeling as a hitter right there. He's cheating. He decided we call this a predetermined swing. He decided 3 weeks ago he was going to swing at this first pitch right here. And for him to swing and then it clip him in the back foot, that is a bad feeling. Right, Plus, you'll see that all day long on TV. All your friends will be calling you, texting you, how in the world do you swing at that pitch?
What are you calling here?
I'm going right back in there. Then he goes to changeup. The pitch he supposedly never throws. He goes right to his third best pitch.
We've seen that changeup a little bit more this afternoon than I think any of us expected to. As Morales bounces that to first, Carter will do it himself. And there are 2 away.
You're right. Talking to the Astros before the game, A.J. Hinch, saying he hardly ever throws his changeup. It's a work in progress. But if you watch this game, that's probably the 10th changeup he's thrown that I've noticed. And it's not that it's a good out pitch, but it's just something else for hitters to think about. It's not something that, hey, let's throw this every time in a big situation. But I know in Morales' first at bat, he threw him a couple changeups also.
Well, that's what I like about him so far. Early on, it looked like he was breathing pretty fast and trying to get after it. And, obviously bothered by that 2-strike pitch. That's his only mistake so far. But he's settled in and has shown nice touch on all of his pitches. 65 in total here in the 4th with 2 outs.
2 gone for Mike Moustakas. We just saw Brent Strom a moment ago, and no conversation about the Astros staff is complete without mentioning his tutelage and really his philosophies that really have worked and fit the personnel here in Houston nicely. As Brent told us before the series, he came up in the Dodgers system as a player and learned at the altar of Sandy Koufax, among others, curveball, fastball. And Brent's personal philosophy is let's work up in the zone. In this day and age of everybody trying to induce ground balls, low strikes, preaching the sinker philosophy, Strom feels almost the opposite. And he actually cited an old Sandy Koufax quote to us. Said, Sandy used to say, guys that throw sinkers don't have good fastballs. He's all about that eye level.
Well, I love that philosophy, especially with fastballs that are 95+ miles an hour. You can throw this curveball off of it. The eye and the quadrant difference for the hitter is hard to pick up. Now, you couldn't throw high fastballs and low sliders and get those kind of swings. You need the pitch that most reminds the hitter of the last place he saw it, up in the zone with that high 12-6 breaking ball.
Still 2-2.
But the key, Matt, is all about where that fastball is. You have to command your fastball, make the hitter aware of your fastball, and that makes your curveball and breaking pitches so much more difficult. But if they condense you down to you can't command one of the two, the hitters are going to have a field day.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Moustakas. Into the gap in right center field. Gomez is over for it quickly. And that keeps Moustakas to a single, but it does allow Salvador Perez another chance to bat with a runner on.
Now, interesting when you talk about that, John. As a hitter, we're all taught now, because everyone's taught keep the ball down, keep the ball down. Everyone nowadays can hit a low pitch. It seems like all the hitters are geared from the time they're young to hit a low pitch. You look at a lot of the rookies that have come up, the Chris Bryant, the Bryce Harpers, the guys that have all this power at such a young age, they hit the ball down really well. And they all seem to struggle with the pitches up in the strike zone, which sounds strange because pitchers, you're taught throw the ball down, get ground balls. But now with these guys throwing four-seamers, it's kind of proactive. From what Strami's saying is to throw it belt or waist high to get these guys off of the ball down.
2-0 Perez.
Well, especially with the velocity that we're seeing today, you know, starters go as hard as they can. Not for 8-9 innings, but for 6 and 7 with 96s and 97s. We're seeing more of them than we've ever had before. Harder for the hitters to get locked in.
And more four-seam fastballs, which stay straight. When you talk about four-seam versus two-seam, you see it right there. You see how the ball stayed on the same plane. Two-seamers have a tendency to go down in the strike zone. And this right here is just a dead four-seam fastball. Throw it as hard as you can and watch it almost rise as it gets closer to Salvador Perez. It doesn't do that, but as a hitter, you feel like it rises and you have to speed up to try to get to it.
The 2-1, and Perez pops it up. Valbuena calling off McCullers to retire the side and leave a 2-out single stranded through 3.5, tied at 2. Right here in FS1, Game 4 between the Blue Jays and Rangers. Texas trying to close out the series. Toronto tries to get it back to Canada for a decisive Game 5. Canada, where they're still fine-tuning their catch skills in the stands as Evan Gattis leads things off with one of the rare outs that hasn't been a strikeout for Yordano Ventura. 7 punch-outs through 3 ties a postseason record. And in fact, Ventura's only 2 strikeouts shy of tying a Royals postseason record for strikeouts by a starter. Dennis Leonard struck out 9 in the '78 ALCS. Ventura is off to that kind of start here today. Here's Carlos Gomez. He's been one of the trouble spots for Ventura today. One of the 2 solo home runs. Gomez bunting. Ventura on it quickly. Throw to first is a little offline, but Eric Hosmer does a nice dance to ensure the out.
Ventura, talking to him earlier in the series, real good athletic fielder. He claims he played shortstop and that was his favorite position. Good arm, gets to the ball. He knows that the runner is going to be extremely fast. Hosmer so good with his feet.
You know, that's obviously Gomez bunting for a base hit. He's got the power to leave the ballpark. He's done it twice in the postseason, including doing it about a half hour ago. How do you feel about the 1-out sneak attack on the bunt attempt?
Maybe if he hadn't hit a home run earlier in the game on the first pitch, you go up there and say, okay, I'm going to bunt, maybe draw the third baseman in, but I'm trying to go deep again. He had a good swing. His oblique, maybe his oblique's hurting again. Matty, you never know. Maybe after the home run, he's running around the bases. He hurt his oblique, but he tried to bunt twice in that at bat, which I thought was odd.
2-out bases empty for Luis Valbuena, who hit a ball to the center field wall in his first at bat in the second. You know, if you were to have done a blind resume test with the Astros scorecard so far through 3 2/3, in other words, you couldn't see any of the names, but you'd see the results of each of their first 2 at-bats. You could probably take a couple of guesses and land on the Astros rather quickly. 7 strikeouts through the first 3 innings. 7 strikeouts, 2 home runs, a single, a hit batsman, and 2 fly balls. And if you were to guess which team was responsible for that 3-inning box score, you'd probably say the Cubs or the Astros.
Yeah. And they're similar teams built for the long ball.
It's what those teams both do, and they both do it. They both own it, and they're both kind of proud of it, which used to never be like that, John. Used to be, oh, nobody strikes out. You don't want to strike out.
But what the Astros have not done, which is impressive for me in this short series, they have not cost themselves with runners in scoring position, because yesterday every opportunity they got a chance to get a hit, they did. And this home run for Kansas City is really where their offense has come from. And these 2 solo home runs, both of them mistakes. This one, he just bum rushes them. Goes up there looking for a fastball after getting hit. Impressive. And got it done.
2-out walk gives the man who hit the home run yesterday an opportunity. Here's Chris Carter once again.
But honestly, when this series, before it started, one of the things that I thought could be a real issue would be if they get runners in scoring position, can they make enough contact? Because that's where the strikeouts come to haunt you. The strikeouts with nobody on, so be it. I get it. That's not a big deal. But runner on third, less than 2 outs. Second and third, less than 2 outs.
Carter grounds to shortstop. Escobar picks it and cuts down Valbuena at the bag. Nothing in the bottom of the 4th. To inning number 5. Still a 2-2 tie. Plan to make it home by Bank of America, who invites you to keep sharing your favorite baseball memories all season. And by AT&T. DirecTV and AT&T are now one, bringing television and wireless together. A 2-2 tie, the home run responsible for all 4 tallies this afternoon. A 2-run shot by Salvador Perez in the top of the second. Solo home runs by Carlos Correa and Carlos Gomez for Houston. Lance McCullers back to work against the 8, 9, and top of the order hitters for Kansas City, Gordon, Rios, and Escobar. Alex Gordon lined to the opposite field back in the second. Part of a 3-for-12 series for him. Royals trying to snatch this one on the road and send this to a Game 5 back at Kauffman Stadium. And stave off the off-season speculation over players like Alex Gordon and Ben Zobrist. A couple of notable free agents to be for Kansas City.
You know, in this series, when you think about both these teams, neither team really, other than the home runs, have been able to establish themselves on the base pass and get aggressive with stolen bases. There hasn't been a ton of traffic. Credit the pitchers for battling and keeping the speedsters off base, but the Royals need to get that going. And we're in Game 4, and Ned has not been able to really utilize any of that speed off the bench, too. The right guy hasn't been on base. They haven't gotten close enough in certain circumstances because they've got 2 guys on the bench that's almost a guaranteed stolen base. The closest thing you can get, and that has yet to be part of the Royals' game plan.
There's ball 4. Leadoff hitter aboard for just the second time this afternoon for Kansas City. Between innings, J.P. Morosi visited with Astros manager A.J. Hinch.
AJ, how about the day for Carlos Correa? Drilled at 97 on the elbow. Next at bat, first postseason home run.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a big hit for us, obviously, but to come back from that kind of injury is pretty tough. I mean, this kid's tough. We're pretty resilient as a team. He represents that.
With McCullers, seems like he's really settled in very nicely since the Perez home run.
Yeah, both guys have electric stuff, and they're spraying the ball a little bit. I mean, Lance is really, really good when he can get ahead. And, you know, if we can continue to land his breaking ball, makes it difficult on them, and we'll keep monitoring him, but he's pretty good.
Thanks, AJ.
All right, thanks.
And McCullers will go back to work now on Alex Rios, having lost the leadoff batter on ball 4. Rios was a strikeout victim in the second. You know, part of the Astros' success, and we have documented all series long, the turnaround here in Houston. It's a team that went through the worst 4-year stretch of any organization in the divisional era since '69. And they have rebuilt themselves with some terrific work in terms of player development. They've used those top draft choices well. They have supplemented that rebuild with the free agent market. Even a guy like Lance McCullers Jr. He was a 41st round or a 41st overall pick in 2012. Supplemental choice when they lost Type B free agent Clint Barmas to the Pirates. And a swing and a miss by Rios for out number 1.
Well, he's done a nice job just really settling in with this breaking ball. I mean, he's making it look close enough to the strike zone and then completely disappearing with it. We talked about the first inning issues and jitters, but as each at bat for the lineup goes through, he gets better and better. 280 average first at bat through the lineup, second at bat through the lineup 202, third at bat 179. That's impressive for anybody, let alone a rookie.
Now, is that just a case of young guy being too amped up, too excited for every start? Not counting, obviously, today being a postseason, his first career postseason start. But if that's his history, is there a way to change that? Do you change something pregame warm-up? Do you change something in your routine? Do you sit down with Strami, the pitching coach, and be like, hey, let's try something different?
Over time you can. I mean, that's something every pitcher goes through, a period of a couple bad. All it takes is a couple bad first innings to get your ERA up to a point where people think that might happen all the time. But yeah, I mean, that feel and that touch, which is getting better and better as the game goes on with his pitches, especially his breaking balls. he'll learn.
A ball and 2 strikes to KCA AT HOU Escobar.
To your point, John, I've seen pitchers that have had trouble, supposed trouble or perceived trouble in the first inning, throw their warm-ups and then sit down to simulate the first inning, then come back, warm up before they come in from the bullpen. Did you ever have that problem? Did you ever try to do anything like that? Is that something that works?
Biggest thing I wanted is I wanted to warm up and then go right out and pitch if I could. I didn't want that gap of time.
Got it.
A big-time tilt for McCullers there on a couple of swinging strikes to Escobar to record his 6th of the afternoon.
Well, with each one of them, he's growing in confidence. They're all going to be via the secondary pitch, his breaking ball. And he has some of them firm, some of them slower. He's been able to have the tilt on that, going the 12-6 variety with a few of them that he'll shape with a more lateral, horizontal break.
Ben Zobrist started with strike 1. Zobrist is 0 for 2 so far today. Lance McCullers hadn't even been in the big leagues for a month when he posted a complete game 11 strikeout victory over Baltimore in early June this season. It's a guy who was just fresh out of Double-A when he was called up on May 18th. Full of confidence and vinegar, as they say, wearing his Batman cleats. Got here from Double-A, and within a month everybody knew his name. He was no longer just the guy whose dad pitched in the big leagues.
You see more and more guys just skip AAA in general. It seems like Double-A to the big leagues is the route now, especially for these young guys that are talented. They pitch in travel ball and they do all these things where they're accustomed to higher pressure, higher leverage situations than in the past. When I was coming up, we played with your high school team all summer. Now these guys travel around the country and play in all these all-star games. The Nike Perfect Game, I think, was in San Diego this year. There was one at Wrigley. There's these games all over where they play against the best players in the country in high school. And we didn't have anything like that when I was coming up.
Still 1-2.
Well, from May on, the really only hiccup he had was in August. 0-2 with a 7.43 ERA. So he's fixed it since then, and they feel confident in him to give him the ball in Game 4, hoping that he can help them close this thing out.
In the past, with Alex Gordon on first base, with 2 strikes and 2 outs, you could almost guarantee him trying to steal a base somewhere along the way here. But because of his injury with the groin, where he missed, I think, 7 weeks, almost 2 months with the groin injury, he's really slowed him down and slowed down his running ability, because he used to run, get a good jump. He's not the typical leadoff guy, but he could steal you a base. And this is where the Royals would put pressure on you. And like you said earlier, we haven't seen that at all.
On the ground for Altuve. Nothing in the Kansas City 5th. Leadoff walk left stranded. Middle of the afternoon, still tied at 2. celebrate with your favorite team at the MLB.com shop. And follow every pitch of the postseason with MLB.com At Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. Stay connected with highlights, replay reviews, scores, and more. Download the At Bat app today. Lance McCullers and Yordano Ventura have been terrific this afternoon, locked up in a 2-2 draw in the last of the 5th. Ventura back to work. He gets Jason Castro to start the 5th inning. Castro falls behind 0-2 rather quickly. Castro, Altuve, and Springer here for Houston.
I don't think Castro could have hit that pitch if he knew it was coming. That's a high breaking ball, as opposed to the breaking ball that catches the plate and misses off the plate in. Surprise, Castro has not been able to catch up to Ventura's fastball at all. The first at bat, just fastball, 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 see you later. But and he swung at the first one, and then he's gone curveball, curveball. I always get a little nervous when the guy can't catch up to your fastball and you bring that breaking ball bat speed back into play, especially if you hang it.
Especially if you're throwing 98 miles an hour like Ventura is. You see a fastball right there, you see it throw right by him. Just like you said, John, sometimes you try to outsmart yourself instead of just throwing the pitch that you see right here. A high heater that Castro has had a hard time catching up with the entire series.
That is 8 today for Yordano Ventura. He has been absolutely electric. Top of the order now, Jose Altuve trying to snap out of an 0 for 13.
Well, you see that backswing caught Perez's glove. Doesn't look like much on TV, but I'm sure you could speak to what that feels like.
It surprises you more than anything. I think it didn't hit him. It looked like it caught glove, not skin. It just surprises you as a catcher because you don't expect that after a guy swings. You expect foul balls. You can kind of mentally prepare for those, just not back swings. And you saw Castro afterwards. You see Castro here afterwards kind of stop and ask if he's okay. That's catcher on catcher politeness right there. You see Castro trying to catch up. His top hand comes off, and it looked like it hit all glove. Maybe nipped his pointer finger that's sticking out there, but it more surprises you. Good thing he has that taped up, but his hands are so big. Perez's hands they're gigantic. You can't explain it until you actually shake his hands.
A ball and a strike to count to Jose Altuve. I feel like I'm surprised every time Jose Altuve takes a pitch.
Yeah.
I mean, he is up there hacking. 1-2.
Well, that hit he got in New York, which was incredible, by the way, half swing, kind of knockdown little wedge. He'd been practicing that. AJ really doesn't like that swing, that little get out in front hook. But because the third baseman's typically, now they won't with 2 strikes, play in on him a little bit, it's one of those areas he hits that hole. He's trying to hit the hole between third and short.
2 balls and 2 strikes. George Springer waiting next.
I've heard of left-handed hitters trying to hit the 3-hole we call between, especially when the first baseman's holding a runner on first. I've never heard of a right-handed hitter work on hitting the 5-6 hole between the third baseman and the shortstop. Now, if you're able to do that like Altuve says he is, that's why you get 200 hits a year, because that's not something. Typically, that's a rolled over ground ball, especially for someone like myself that can't run. You know you're out, but he can run, and he's found a way to master it.
That one's in play for Moustakas, who gets it over to first just in time. Boy, Jose Altuve can fly. That made that a lot closer than it looked like it was going to be.
And what Hosmer could do, which you couldn't do for Correa running down the line, that throw would have probably hit him. He was able to catch the throw over his head, coming towards foul territory.
I've never understood why first basemen do that. As a runner, you see the guy do that, you're scared to death because you're like, you think the throw's going to hit you in the head, and you can see Hosmer on the backside of the base. Plus, as a first baseman, I'd just be worried the guy's going to step on my foot. Wow.
So now George Springer batting with 2 gone and the base is empty. And little conversation before Springer has a chance to dig in. Gives us a chance to remind you about the most unique voice in sports who's joined FS1. Colin Cowherd brings you his smart sports talk along with some of the very biggest names in the game and entertainment every weekday. The Herd with Colin Cowherd, weekdays at noon Eastern, only on FS1.
I'm trying to figure out what that conference was about, John.
Well, it could have been the way that Springer has approached each first pitch. 2 outs, maybe thinking he's trying to jump his fastball. And obviously they're trying to make him conscious inside. The first pitch was inside and low, second pitch was up. And it was set up away.
It's interesting because he got 2 quick outs, Ventura did, and then Perez immediately ran out there. I don't know if he's saying, hey, we got 2 outs, nobody on, let's get the third one, have a quick inning. It just seemed like an odd time to have a meeting on the mound, especially with 2 outs and nobody on.
Here's the 2-0. You know, we talked about George Springer with A.J. Hinch today, and we saw it right there on that 2-0 pass he took. The swing to his knees, the Sports Illustrated cover, the Reggie Jackson Super Duper Star cover. They have changed some of his swing mechanics. And as it's still a work in progress, not everything is textbook yet. So it can lead to some finishes that make him look like he's just a wild pony up there.
Well, Springer, in talking to him, George Springer, they want to try to flatten his swing out. And for someone that doesn't watch a lot of baseball, doesn't exactly understand what we mean, most people hear swing down, swing down. Well, that leads to what we call a steep swing, which is kind of high to low.
It's ball 4.
And as a hitter, when you have a steep swing, as A.J. Hinch called it and other people around the league will call it, it makes you susceptible to breaking balls because you're in and out of the strike zone very, very quickly. And because he falls back on his back knee, what he's trying to do is flatten out his swing and give himself more time in the strike zone in order to not only hit breaking balls, but balls that are moving and balls that are off speed where you're fooled. The longer you can keep your bat in the strike zone, the better chance that you have of not only making contact, but hitting a line drive and driving the ball not only to left field, your pull side, but also to right field the other way.
Some of the work that Springer's done with first-year hitting coach Dave Hudgens, who's been around the game for a lifetime and has had great results with this young lineup. Carlos Correa now. His home run in the 3rd tied it.
Like we talked about, John, that 2-out meeting, that messed up Ventura's rhythm right there, led to the 2-out walk.
Certainly was interesting how quickly he went out.
1-1.
I don't think Ventura will be going inside on Correa after that ball he hit 95 plus inside off the plate about 6 inches. I'm pretty sure Ventura here and Perez will try and stay away unless they get to 2 strikes, maybe just show him one in and go back away, especially with the breaking ball.
2 balls and a strike. It looked like pitching coach Dave Island was having a hard time with the bullpen phone, and that the Royals are trying to communicate with their bullpen coach and the staff down there to get somebody up. And now they're trying to figure out who exactly they want up.
Well, they have signs for each guy, I'm sure.
Yeah, JP, what's going on down there?
Yeah, Matt, earlier in the game, the Royals were having a hard time with their replay phone. And in fact, the Astros were having an issue with their bullpen phone. And at one point in time had to use a Houston police walkie-talkie to communicate. So we may be having some communication issues all around here at Minute Maid Park today.
Alex Gordon was out there waving his hands, trying to figure out maybe he was the translator in between the dugout and the bullpen.
Well, I'm sure if they make a really tall sign, that's easy to figure out who they want there in 6'10". Ventura, a little cramp.
Yeah.
That's a quad right there, isn't it? That looks like a quad. He grabbed his quad right away.
Kelvin Herrera is up in the bullpen for Kansas City after all the discussion and all the failed methods of communication. And an important full count pitch on its way to Carlos Correa. 2-out runner at first, a 2-2 tie, last to the 5th.
Correa's last at bat, he hit a home run and a ball 6 inches off the plate away. That ball comes back to the middle, and you can see him just take what they're giving him. Shoot the ball down the right field corner. I actually thought the ball ricocheting would help the Royals, but because Springer's rolling 3-2 from the get-go, as soon as he picks up his leg, he scored easily. That's just a young kid, 21 years old, using everything, both sides of the field, hitting a home run to left, shooting a ball down the right field line on a pitch away. That's pretty good for a 21-year-old kid that just turned 21 about 3 weeks ago.
Well, Hosmer coming off the bag had no time to react. You saw how the ball was by him when he tried to pick his glove up. That ball was hit so hard that that ball wasn't that far from Hosmer. Hosmer right here coming off the bag. Now watch. Arm up, gone. By the time he got the arm up, that ball was already by him. Tremendous speed by Springer. Every base he hit in perfect stride.
And now Ventura and the Royals want nothing to do with the left-handed power of Colby Rasmus. They'll pick their poison with Evan Gattis, who's just 2 for 14 in the series.
I would have to think this is Ventura's last hitter. You don't want to bring in a new pitcher and intentionally walk a guy. You have Herrera hot in the bullpen. You have a right-handed hitter and Gattis on deck. Dave Island, the pitching coach, just went out there. This seems like let's let Ventura walk the guy and then bring in Herrera here to face Gattis.
Fifth inning brought a little magic for the Astros yesterday. That's when they took the lead yesterday against Edinson Volquez and company in Game 3. They have taken their first lead here in Game 4 in the bottom of the 5th inning. And after the base on balls, here's Gattis. No movement from Ned Yost or Dave Island yet.
Well, I think he likes Ventura's curveball against Gattis probably better than just the velocity changeup from Herrera.
Gattis is struck out and fly to center today. Fly ball into center field. Kane has a read and retires the side. Not before Houston can grab its first lead of the afternoon on the 2-out RBI knock by the rookie shortstop. To the 6th, 3-2 Houston. On base all afternoon as a hit batsman via a home run and a big RBI single that's delivered the first lead of the day for Houston. And here's a huge inning for Lance McCullers, who after a rocky start to the day has really found his stride. Top of the 6th inning against Lorenzo Cain to lead things off. Cain, Hosmer, and Morales the middle of the Kansas City order with the Royals down a run.
Well, whenever your team gives you the lead, man, you got to grind on that first hitter and try to make sure that you don't give the other team any kind of momentum to get back into the game. Even if it happens to get in trouble in the following inning, don't let it be this inning.
McCullers in front now, 1-2. The rookie right-hander's thrown 97 pitches today. And certainly A.J. Hinch aware of his ceiling. His high this year was 111. And that came late in the year, into September, in a game against the Angels. On the appeal, no swing.
The hardest call in baseball right here for an umpire. The home plate umpire, the first base umpire, third base umpire, whoever gets the call. And for some reason, umpires you talk to, Lorenzo Cain has a white bat, but they say the black bat is the hardest one to determine if you swung or not.
Got him.
This is just that tight spin. Looks like it's in the zone to the hitter, and of course there's no way to stop at this point. Great tight break off of a fastball that'll keep you honest.
7 strikeouts for McCullers. Now Eric Hosmer, he's been a victim today, 0 for 2. Into the opposite field, down in the corner is Rasmus to make the catch. One of the trickier configurations here at Minute Maid, and there are 2 quick outs in the 6th.
Talking about how big of an inning this is. For him to get Cain on a strikeout, then Hosmer on the first pitch, not only does it get him 2 quick outs, it also keeps his pitch count down, where if he can get Morales out here quickly, A.J. Hinch might actually think about running him out there to start the 7th inning, which is way more than they could have asked for out of McCullers when the day began.
Here's Kendrys Morales now.
Stealing the 7th would be huge, because that's what the ideal scenario is for the Houston bullpen. Of course, they'll use all options, whatever possible. They've done a nice job keeping Morales in check after the 2 home runs.
McCullers continues to be able to throw the curveball behind in the count for strikes, which keeps these Kansas City guys guessing.
1-2. The 7 strikeouts for McCullers this afternoon is already an Astros postseason rookie record. Fouled at the plate. Morales just got a piece to stick around. I get back to what A.J. Hinch told us earlier in this series when he was explaining his rotation and talking about Scott Kazmir in Game 2, but McCullers had been more successful down the stretch. He wanted to save McCullers for a home game today. And that decision seems to have worked out rather well. A 1-2-3-6. Houston grabbed the lead. McCullers kept it. Still 3-2 Stros. The emotion of Lance McCullers, who knows how close his Astros are to moving on. I'm not sure what the shoulder shrug and the stuff at the fingers and the neck are, but he's pumped.
That's what John Smoltz did when he pitched a lot. I always saw him walk off the mound
Yeah.
doing that right there.
I thought I snuck it by.
It was a trademark of the Brave staffs of the 90s. Today's Budweiser game summary. McCullers has been brilliant. Yordan Ventura was just as electric, but he leaves on the other end of a 3-2 score right now. Sal Perez has hit a home run. So have Carlos Gomez and Carlos Correa, who's been right in the middle of all the run scoring activity for Houston today in a 3-2 Astros lead. Again, the Astros trying to hang on and move on to the ALCS, and away to winner between the Blue Jays and Rangers. They'll play their game 4 coming up later on this afternoon on FS1. Kansas City trying to come from behind today and get this back to Kauffman Stadium for game 5. It is Carlos Gomez to lead things off against the new pitcher. Ventura's day is done. Kelvin Herrera makes his 3rd appearance of the series. He was the winning pitcher in game 2 in Kansas City on Friday.
No shortage of power here. You're going to see the same velocity, even increased, closer to 100 miles an hour.
Gomez, Valbuena, and Carter here for Houston. Let's take another look at Carlos Gomez's 2nd inning leadoff home run via StatCast, powered by Amazon Web Services.
Well, 5.3 seconds of hang time, and you see in that short porch, you don't need a ton of distance. You just need it over that raised left field wall.
Bell ringer for Salvador Perez.
Those are the ones that hurt right there. See how it kind of got up underneath his jaw and hitting lower on his mask. If it hits you kind of in the eyes or in the wide opening, those are the ones you kind of shake off quickly. But when it gets you down in the jaw, those are the ones you feel not only today but later on in the series and later on. If they continue on, he'll feel that. He'll definitely feel that tomorrow, no matter what. But if the Royals find a way to win this game, his next time out there behind the plate, he's definitely not going to be so aggressive and looking forward to those foul tips, because those are the ones that ring your bell and wake you up. John, I actually had one this year just like that, similar. Dislocated my jaw.
It's not fun when you have to get that one. You get that little move to put it back in.
I had to go to the doctor, a jaw doctor, which I didn't know exactly even existed, and get a mouth guard to sleep in, and for about 3 or 4 days I had to eat nothing but liquid food. We had Waffle House in the clubhouse one day, and I couldn't eat hash browns and waffles.
Killed you.
Killed me.
Big swing and a miss. That foul tip hung onto by Perez despite having his bell rung on the previous pitch. And there's one away here in the 6th.
This is just old-fashioned hardball right there. You see Gomez falling over as he swings. But he just threw it right by him. He threw it by him 4 straight pitches. Kelvin Herrera is not short on velocity.
So with one gone now, that'll bring in Luis Valbuena as Herrera strikes out his first opponent in this assignment. And it took something for Herrera to get into the ball game. They're giving Perez another moment, and he wants to go out and chat with his reliever. J.P. Morosi, I understand that the communications breakdown, we might go into a whole Led Zeppelin thing. I understand that it's happening on both sides here.
Is the fact that the Royals, they don't have their bullpen phone working, so the Astros don't have access to theirs either. So now it's up to the outfielders to relay back and forth.
Well, that message will be conveyed somehow, as everybody has to do it the old-fashioned way now in the absence of that telephone communication. The Royals trainer was out to convene with Sal Perez, with Kelvin Herrera, the entire infield.
That was a concussion test. They were coming out there. Major League Baseball's done a huge initiative to try to slow down concussions, especially with catchers. And you see it more and more. They have a 7-day concussion list. And even after that, you can see him. He's like, okay, well, let me check everything, make sure everything's okay. Now I'm going to check my jaw. But then to go back out after the hitter was retired, that shows me the Royals are a little bit concerned. He might have got dinged, maybe a concussion, and MLB will do everything in their power to give him a test, especially between innings.
I do know this, for a foul tip to drop Sal Perez onto his rear end, it would have to be some major impact. He is a mountain of a man, as you have documented already today, AJ. 3 balls and no strikes. The count to Luis Valbuena. Chris Carter waiting on deck for Houston.
And you still see Perez with his head down, shaking his head. He just doesn't look right, and that's what the trainers are looking for. That's what maybe that policeman's calling into the doctor to see if he can get a concussion test on Sal Perez. But Perez, you just don't see him act that way normally.
There's ball 4 to Valbuena. He's aboard on a 4-pitch walk. And now a big opportunity for Chris Carter. Carter so far today has followed up his magnificent 3-hit performance in Game 3 with a strikeout and a fielder's choice ground ball.
The only thing that Herrera runs into really is his control with his fastball. He'll lose the command and the release point. At 98, 99 miles an hour, that's not something you want to have happen. That's why Ned has him in here early.
Breaking ball in for a strike.
In case he gets in or feels like he can't command that fastball, he can get another reliever in to get him out. But his stuff definitely plays.
Way out in front.
So what happens when you struggle with your fastball? You go to your slider and you get 2 quick strikes.
These 2 players here for Houston that have a chance to extend the lead. Valbuena at first and Carter at the plate. As Carter swings and misses for strike 3. They are 2 of the players that make the Astros' success, at least on paper, so unlikely. Houston's the first team ever with 2 players, 2 or more players, to hit 2 1/4 with 20 home runs through the course of a regular season. I mean, you can survive, a lineup can survive one of those guys generally and be okay. Fact is, the Astros have a few of them. They are a statistical outlier in so many ways. Jason Castro now.
But wait, if the Astros are so based on statistics and statistical analysis and sabermetrics, doesn't it seem like they're going against their own principles with those 2 guys? But yet here they are in the ALDS, winning in the bottom of the 6th with a chance to go on to the LCS.
Exactly.
No greater time did it speak to the opposite point that you just made than yesterday. At 120 plus pitches, their best pitcher on the mound, facing a guy who had hit a home run in the 3rd at bat, and he got him out in a huge situation where AJ Hinch said, "You are my best pitcher, you get him out," and it proved to be the defining moment, and the bullpen took care of the rest.
A ball and a strike to count to Jason Castro. Lance McCullers doesn't quite look like he's ready to wrap it up and head up the tunnel yet.
He's in a nice groove and a nice rhythm. The only thing you hope for a young pitcher is that, you know, emotionally you're going to pitch. This crowd is behind you, and you don't want to spend extra energy, if you can help it, on anything else but your pitching. So that last thing that we saw him coming off, he realized what a big moment that was, and maybe he thought maybe that might be it. We haven't seen that to be the case yet.
Well, Kansas City in the 7th will have Moustakas, Perez, and Gordon. There are no exhales in the Royals lineup, and we've talked about this throughout the series. They are perhaps the deepest 1 through 9 in baseball.
Alex Gordon hitting 8th, Alex Rios hitting 9th. That's pretty deep. There's no one warming up in the Astros bullpen, so it's McCullers' inning.
And a swing and a miss by Castro. A walk mixed in between, but 3 strikeouts in the 6th by Kelvin Herrera. At the age of 22, there was only one starter younger in Major League Baseball this year. Yankee right-hander Luis Severino. Colin McHugh had a great Game 1. Dallas Keuchel, a terrific Game 3. And today has been Lance McCullers' day in Houston. He has a 3-2 lead going to work on the Royals in the 7th, facing Moustakas, Perez, and Gordon. Note the 7 strikeouts, as we mentioned earlier, an Astros rookie postseason record. He's given up just the 2 hits, one of them the 2-run home run by Salvador Perez. And that hammer has been unbelievable this afternoon.
Well, the release point coming off of his fastball has been so consistent. That's why the Royals aren't picking it up. He's not rushing. He's not getting out in front of himself.
On 0-2, the Astros realign to a conventional infield defense, and it's right to the new first baseman, Marwin Gonzalez, who'll do it himself. T-Mobile wants fans to share their passion, be part of the biggest 7th inning stretch. Post your photos and videos with the hashtag #TheBigSeventh and hashtag contest for a chance to win tickets to Game 4 of the World Series. One gone now for Salvador Perez. It was the 2-run home run in the 2nd that so far provided the only offense for Kansas City.
Well, that's that power I was talking about that the hitters could use if they get an advantage or take advantage of a mistake. Perez did that, was able to hit it the other way.
StatCast powered by Amazon Web Services. Oh, and Perez is hit. Boy, he has just had a brutal day today. Second hit batsman of the afternoon by McCullers.
Well, I don't know what Ned's going to do. It would be the classic situation to pinch run right here with all that he's been through.
Here he comes, too. Ow.
Off the pad.
Yeah, but you see that ball? That ball's eating at his ribs, and fortunately for Sal, he was able to.
That's going to be all for the rookie right-hander. McCullers done, pitching the Astros into the 7th with a 1-run lead. It's up to the Houston bullpen. We'll be right back. Next on FS1, Game 4 between the Blue Jays and Rangers, an elimination game for Toronto. Texas will try to close it out at home with left-hander Derek Holland. The knuckleballer R.A. Dickey looks to keep the Blue Jays season alive, and that's coming up next on FS1. Lance McCullers' terrific postseason debut is at least a partially closed line. He exits with the runner aboard as his responsibility. 6 1/3, struck out 7. Was fantastic tonight and leaves with a 1-run lead. So McCullers gives way to Will Harris, and the pinch runner Terrence Gore off to the races immediately, wasting no time. 3 huge stolen bases last year's postseason for Kansas City, and there was no drama involved in that one.
Well, this is what we've been waiting for from the Kansas City Royals, getting Gore and Dyson on base to steal bases. You have no chance as a catcher right there. I don't care who you have back there. Like we talked about earlier in the series, he just outruns the ball. Good throw by Castro. Great jump by Gore. Now the problem is you have to keep him from stealing third, which is on Will Harris and Carlos Correa at second base.
So Sal Perez pinch run 4. We'll see how the Royals realign in his absence.
Well, just to finish up on McCullers, it was a very good day. 54 curveballs thrown today out of 110 pitches. And the Royals 0 for 14 with 7 Ks on at bats ending in curveballs.
Gordon checks a swing, but it's a called strike 1 and 2. See how the absence of Salvador Perez affects the rest of the afternoon. He is so crucial to Kansas City's success. Drew Butera, a veteran catcher, will take over behind the plate. But in terms of the situation at hand, Gore is the tying run in scoring position with 1 away.
You can see Carlos Correa trying to hold him close, keep him from stealing third. playing cat and mouse with him just to slow him down.
A swing and a miss. Big strikeout for the reliever, Will Harris.
Well, as good as the Royals have been in making the pitchers work, the formula for the Astros is going to be high fastballs if you can and curveballs. You can see the colors anxiously wanting to get one more out to have him breathe a little better.
Rios a strikeout victim twice against the starter and falling behind 0-1. Game is in the hands of both bullpens at this point. Ventura gone after 5, McCullers after 6 1/3. There goes Gore. Throw down to third base. He is not in time. And it looks like Valbuena got dinged up on the slide.
Now, normally I say stealing third with 2 outs is a dangerous play, and I was surprised Castro even threw this ball because of the jump he had. But with Gore, you got to try to get to third base, so anything can happen. A wild pitch, a pass ball, an error by the Astros, whatever it takes to get to third. And that's what Gore's doing right there. Just try to keep the pressure on the Astros.
You know, he clipped his knee. He was in front of the bag, and the spikes got that front knee. And you're right, AJ. Now you've got the pressure on the catcher for that 12-6 breaking ball in the dirt.
Now you see Hinch. AJ Hinch is coming out right here for a review. This is what replay review has turned into. Valbuena kept a tag on Gore, and there's a possibility that his right foot slightly came off the base. This is what replay was meant for, but this is what it's become because of the way replay is built and become. This is the angle right here to see if his foot came off the base, and this is what AJ Hinch is going to have him review. You can see the tag right there. Now, does his foot come slightly off the base? Right there. I mean, he's going to be probably called out, and the Royals are going to go crazy right here, as they should.
Not sure it was conclusive enough, but I hear what you're saying, and you're right. The rule was not intended for this kind of play, but now you're teaching your infielders to always keep the tag and the glove on him as long as possible. But you see, he puts his knee right there, and his knee catches it. And at first glance, I thought he might have swiped the foot off and pushed him off because he was falling, but it's be an interesting call.
The key is Valbuena still tagging him when the foot comes off? You see him kind of, this is going to be an interesting call because, as you said, it's not.
Fans are reacting to what we're seeing at home, and that freeze makes it appear, AJ, that you'll be right, and that this call is going to be overturned. If, in fact, that happens, it would be the first time that Terrence Gore's ever caught stealing.
That's a rough way. If they overturn this call, that's a rough way for your first career caught stealing. And as I just said, stealing third with 2 outs is risky. I understand the risk-reward factor. I was surprised Castro threw it because of the jump, but if they overturn this call, it was all worth it as far as the Astros go.
And they're taking a number of looks at this back at Advanced Media in New York.
Yeah, it's a tough one for me. I don't know if it can be super definitive, but we're going to find out. They've got other angles that we're not privy to. It's happening so fast, slowing it down fraction by fraction.
You can see the umpires here, Jerry Davis and Lance Barksdale. They're watching the replay on the right field scoreboard. They're not supposed to technically do that, but they are.
And we've got a decision here. Calls overturned. Wow. That's how the inning ends. One of the fastest players in the game who had never been caught stealing. They get him on a replay review. Much to the delight of the home side. For the time being, that's how Houston preserves its one-run lead. Some of the emotion in Game 4 as it's a one-run lead for the Astros heading to the bottom half of the 7th. Jose Altuve will lead things off in the 7th inning as we take a look at the Geico in-game box score for the home side. Couple of home runs, Carlos Correa and Carlos Gomez, and a big RBI single by Correa back in the 5th. That explains the 3-2 lead. So here we go with the top of the order at Kelvin Herrera's second relief inning. Drew Butera, as we speculated, of course, is the other catcher on the roster, takes over behind the plate for Salvador Perez. Here's Jose Altuve. As per usual, a big swing and a miss. A guy that swings at the first pitch over 65% of the time. One of the highest first pitch swing rates in baseball.
Well, a few times I've seen him go to one knee, a la Carlos Gomez.
Their whole team is going to a knee, it seems like. Every swing, every fastball they swing and miss at, their whole team is falling down.
I've seen Beltre hit way more home runs than any human should off his knee.
Saw the note on Altuve, the 0 for 14, his longest drought of the season. He's also a guy that, because he hacks, he's got the ability to swing himself out of a rut like that on the very next pitch. As you start to peer ahead on the scorecard, 8th inning for Kansas City, they'll have Rios, then the top of the order guys. 2-2.
Well, I always love watching guys play in the postseason, see what their internal clock's doing. Does it speed up? Does it slow down? And a guy like Altuve, obviously waiting a long time for a lot of rough years with this organization, now getting to experience the postseason.
With Drew Butera behind the plate, it's a rather different Royals postseason look, J.P. Morosi.
Yes, Matt. Not only did Sal Perez catch the most games in Major League history last year, he was behind the plate for every single inning of the Royals postseason right through Game 7 of the World Series. But the Royals carry Drew Butera because of his ability behind the plate. If the Royals were going to have to go to a catcher other than Perez, they wanted Butera's glove back there.
I mean, you had to have somebody else on the roster just in case. I don't know of any team that would go into a postseason with one catcher on the roster. I don't think Ned Yost ever envisioned needing Drew Butera, but he does this afternoon in an elimination game.
Well, Drew Butera can catch and throw. That's his reputation. His dad was a big league player. Sal Butera, who was a coach of mine when I was with the Twins a long time ago. And Drew Butera has that reputation. Orlando guy like myself, so I would like to give those guys credit. But he has a reputation of being a catch and throw guy. He's not going to get a lot of hits for you. But if Ned Yost had to use him, at least he got to use it in a situation where he put Gore in the game for Perez. Obviously, it didn't work out with the replay, but that's how about the only way Butera would get in the game.
Veteran player, some time with the Los Angeles Dodgers. And Butera goes out to visit with Herrera.
Well, Altuve's covered some really good pitcher's pitches on the outside part of the plate. May want to change up that strategy and get him off that pitch.
Get on the hands, and it's a full count. Tough hitter to walk. Altuve fouled off a number of 2-2 pitches. and then got it full and then drew ball 4. Here comes Ned Yost. Ryan Madsen's up in the bullpen for Kansas City.
I'm surprised they let Herrera start this inning. Altuve was 0 for 5 off him in his career, but Altuve is also a guy with Herrera's control problems that he can walk, which leads to pressure. Putting Altuve on first, he's the one guy that can steal a base.
A pitching change for the Royals. Leadoff hitter aboard. We'll be right back. When was the last time both American League Division series went all 5 games? And then as a special bonus, who were those teams, who were the winning pitchers in each game, and who were the league MVPs? Ryan Madsen extracted out of the Kansas City bullpen. And he'll try to cool things off here with the leadoff hitter on base. Will face George Springer and Carlos Correa. And then Colby Rasmus would bat third.
He's going to have to not only get a tough hitter or 2 out, he's going to have to maintain his quick pitch or try to do everything he can to keep Altuve from stealing. You would think that the Astros being up 1 would be a little more aggressive in their trying to steal another run if possible.
I absolutely expect Altuve to be off and running in the first couple pitches here with Springer to give him an opportunity to steal the base and have Springer get him over. Madsen has a little bit longer delivery, a longer arm action. Therefore, he's a little bit slower to the plate than what Herrera would have been if he was still in.
Jose Altuve was caught stealing in game 1. Here's George Springer now falling behind 0-1. During the regular season, 38 bags, but 13 times he was caught trying to nab a base.
This is a point in the game. Obviously, when you're against elimination, you can't afford to have this team or the team you're playing get any more ahead of you. 1 is doable. There's no doubt the Royals would love to keep it right here, but you start getting bonus runs this late and the air kind of starts going out of your body and the place here starts picking up as they inch closer and closer to thinking about winning a series.
You can feel the end as a player.
Yeah.
When you start falling behind, especially 7th, 8th, 9th, you're on the road, the crowd's going crazy, they sense a clinch coming up. As a player,
how's Jose Altuve's lead, courtesy of StatCast, powered by Amazon Web Services, as Springer bunts one foul.
That's an interesting play by George Springer. I know Moustakas is way back, but if I'm A.J. Hinch, I want him swinging the bat. This is a guy that can hit one up on the choo-choo train up there. And for him to try and bunt right here, let Altuve steal it and then try and drive him in. He's bunting for a base hit. You can see the way he went about it, but still, I'd rather have George Springer swinging the bat.
Swing and a miss. Madsen with a big strikeout. One away in the 7th.
That's his 3rd strikeout, so you wonder if he wasn't tracking it very well and thinking maybe he could try to get a bunt hit in the worst case scenario, get the runner at second with 1 out for arguably the hottest hitter we're going right now in their lineup, Correa.
At least today he's the hottest hitter.
Yeah, today, exactly.
Carlos Correa has homered and driven in a run with a base hit today. 1 out, 1 on. The home run by Carlos Correa in the 3rd, by the way. The 7th home run this postseason by a rookie player. The record for home runs by a rookie in a single postseason is 9 back in 2007. I mean, this postseason is just underway.
Well, they'll shadow that. I mean, everybody's got those rookies on their team now, it seems like.
Tommy Pham of the Cardinals, Michael Conforto with the Mets among those. Here's Correa's blast.
What a swing. That ball's 6 to 8 inches off the plate in. In his previous at bat, he got drilled. And for him to go up there, he must have been thinking, hey, he tried to pitch me in my first at bat. I'm going up there cheating. He got it. He didn't miss it. And that's just an amazing swing for a 21-year-old kid to throw out there.
A ball and 2 strikes to count to Carlos Correa. And of all the notes on Correa, this might be the one definitive note. At least it's my personal favorite. The 3rd player in baseball history, age 21 or younger, to hit 3rd in a playoff game. The first 2, DiMaggio and Mantle.
I'd say those guys worked out okay.
You know, not to put any more pressure on a guy, that you're talking about some pretty heady stuff there.
Well, Smoltz, you faced those guys, right? What was it like?
It was tough. It was tough.
It's a ball and 2 strikes to him.
See, anytime I can throw that out there, because this year playing with Atlanta, I had to hear about playing with Babe Ruth.
Being on the train.
Yeah, facing Catfish Hunter and Yaz and all those guys.
Well, Madsen just misses. Really wanted that pitch. A 97-mile-an-hour fastball that just missed up and away.
Tell you what, Madsen's got such an arsenal for a guy coming back for his story from surgery and the time it took him, the setbacks he's dealt with. His fastball changeup combination is as filthy as it gets.
There goes the runner. There goes Correa again. The 21-year-old rookie shortstop. His 2nd home run of the game. 5-2 Astros. And now Colby Rasmus with 1 away.
No sooner did I talk about the fastball changeup combination. That changeup leaked. Was not exactly where he wanted it. And a kid who's so balanced at the plate, never seems like he's out in front. Crushed it.
That was a laser. There's no other way to describe it. Altuve stealing. Correa just hit a laser. changeup, staying back with 2 strikes off a guy who throws 97 miles an hour. We can't say enough about this kid.
There's only been one player in baseball history as they appeal down to third and they get the strike called on Rasmus. Only one player in baseball history younger than Carlos Correa to enjoy a postseason multi-homer game, and that was 19-year-old Andruw Jones in the 1996 World Series.
I remember that. That was the game I got a chance to pitch, and he hit 2 home runs. And I knew then, oh man, is he going to be good? And he was.
Biggest lead of the afternoon for the Astros. A 3-inning cushion, 6 outs away from moving on to the ALCS. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Colby Rasmus.
And those are the crushing runs. You have your guys in, you have Herrera, you have Madsen. These guys have been there for you all year. You're down 1, you're trying to hold them where they're at. And for Correa to hit the 2-run homer, those are the runs when you're behind in the series that just crush all your hopes.
Rasmus follows up, and that one is gone. With a bouncer up the middle, that will get through.
Unfortunately, the changeup has not been where he would like. This pitch, see how it leaks back over the plate. You know it as a pitcher. It doesn't feel good. And then I talked about Colby Rasmus, the same thing, down and in. This kid right here, Rasmus, you got to stay away from that. Look at the swing plane and look at where he loves to launch the ball. Just stayed inside the foul pole.
Both changeups from Madsen. The only question on Rasmus was it going to stay fair, and you saw it hit the foul pole, or the fair pole, the foul pole, whatever you want to call it, to give him a home run and make this crowd go insane.
The Astros with their first ever back-to-back postseason home run. A pinch runner at first, and it's Jake Marisnick running for Evan Gattis. And now Carlos Gomez. Gomez punches it into right. Marisnick will head to third. The throw from Rios is not in time. Gomez to second, and the fire still hot in the Houston 7th.
Slider from Madsen. Carlos Gomez does a great job of hitting the 3-hole. Marisnick, great base running, putting the pressure on Rios. Rios missing the cutoff man. And Gomez doing an amazing job, a tremendous job, following it up on the backside, eliminating the double play, forcing the Royals to bring their infield in with Valbuena up. That was just good base running by the Astros, continuing to put pressure on the Royals. It's usually the Royals putting pressure on the other teams. Today, in the 7th inning, it's been the complete opposite with the Astros doing it to the Royals.
Well, Rios did not do a good job. He's got like a 3/4 throwing motion, so the ball sails on him. He doesn't get on top, and that sailing throw to third allowed Gomez to go to second.
Now Luis Valbuena with the Royals bringing the infield in. Still only 1 away.
This is it right here, John. These next 2 hitters If they get these 2 runs in, you can pretty much wrap it up for me. If you go down 8-2 right here, in the top of the 8th with only 6 out left, you can pretty much wrap it up for the Astros, and you can start planning your celebration.
A ball and a strike. The count to Luis Valbuena. Boy, this has been the home run series so far in the postseason. The Royals and Astros have combined to slug 14 home runs. The other 3 division series combined have seen 14 home runs. Valbuena hits it in the air out to very shallow left. Gordon is there for it, not deep enough to get Marisnick home. And there are 2 gone. Marwin Gonzalez now making his first plate appearance of the afternoon. That is after coming in defensively last inning. The 8th Astro to bat in this bottom of the 7th. The inning started out with a Jose Altuve walk. And it was certainly a sign of good things. Jose Altuve's walk rate, one of the lowest in the American League. It happens every 21 plate appearances. Then after a George Springer strikeout, the thunder by Correa, the 2-run home run. Rasmus followed with a solo shot. Gaddis singled. Gomez singled. And that's the jam that Ryan Madson is trying to work out of here with 2 away. 0-2 to Marwin Gonzalez. A swing and a miss puts the finishing touches on a big Houston 7th. For the first time ever, back-to-back postseason home runs for the Astros. 6 outs away from an in the ALCS with a 6-2 lead. Line this afternoon, a pair of home runs in a 6-2 Houston lead. Top half of the 8th inning, bottom of the order here for Kansas City. Alex Rios, then Escobar and Zobrist, and a base hit to start things in the visitors' 8th. Well, the reactions from the bench after Correa's second home run were big, and we actually saw Carlos Correa responding. And I guess JP has been able to figure out exactly what was going on there in that exchange.
Yes, Matt, there's a story behind this. Before Carlos Correa's at bat, George Springer told him, hey, you're going to hit a home run right here. So this is Correa thanking Springer for being right. Springer related this story to me as he was taking the field for the top of this inning. There was a second half of that prediction, Matt. Springer said he thought he was going to hit a double as well. That didn't quite work out, but obviously 1 out of 2 ain't bad there.
Yeah, I think he only had a chance for one result, and they got the one they wanted in the home run. Leadoff hitter aboard. Here's Alcides Escobar, who's been hit by a pitch today. For those of you tuning in for Game 4 of the Blue Jays Rangers series, we'll get you out there immediately at the conclusion of this one. In the meantime, it's available on MLB Network and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. An elimination game in Arlington. The Rangers trying to finish off visiting Toronto.
Well, for Harris, you obviously don't want to give up a lot of traffic on the bases, but you're going to have to make them beat you with hits. Rios picking on the first pitch and lining it in the left field corner. Damage control now.
2-1, and it's to 2-2 on Alcides Escobar. Middle of the Kansas City order. We'll have at least one more opportunity in this one.
Will Harris has that combination we've talked about with the Astros love. High fastballs and cutters, and then curveballs off of it. He's like one of their starters coming out of the bullpen, whether it's McHugh, McCullers. This is the combination that not only A.J. Hinch, but Brent Strom, their pitching coach, loves.
Bounced up the middle, a base hit. And that brings the tying run into the on-deck circle. Runners at first and second, nobody out. A reminder, today's telecast is sponsored by DirecTV. Call 1-800-DirecTV. By Cialis. And by Esurance, the official sponsor of Major League Baseball. Here comes Brent Strom to chat with Harris now, as Tony Sipp is up in the Houston bullpen. The largest deficit that the Royals overcame to win a game this year was 4. They beat the Toronto Blue Jays on August 1st, down by 4 runs at one point. And we all remember last year's wild card comeback. Down 4 against Oakland in an elimination game. This Kansas City team capable of that kind of late charge and trying to summon up similar late magic here today.
And once you go through something like that, it's not like you can push a button and always come back dramatically like that, but you know it's in the back of your mind that you've done it. So you put together good at bats. You try to pass the baton on as a hitter and say, I'll do my part, you do yours, following that at bat.
Strike one to Ben Zobrist. You know, you can't say that it was a turning point in the game because Houston led, but one of the biggest discussion points in this game came with Terrence Gore being called out on that stolen base, that steal of third in the 7th. A call was overturned after replay. It's been one of the bigger replay reviews this postseason, if not the biggest. The Chase Utley play got a lot of discussion in the Mets-Dodgers series. That's lined into center field. Gomez coming on. He can't make the catch, and that loads the bases with nobody out. 3 straight singles against Will Harris.
This is just good hitting here by Ben Zobrist. taking what the pitcher gives them, staying up in the middle of the field, especially with guys in scoring position. This is how you hit, especially in these big situations. You think middle of the field, don't get greedy. And now Lorenzo Cain's up with a chance to tie the game, which is why I said last inning, getting those runners in when they had second and third and one out with Valbuena was such a huge deal, because it stretches the lead it would have stretched the lead to 5 or 6, and then a grand slam can't catch it.
Cain's 0 for 3 today. A couple of strikeouts against Lance McCullers.
And you knew when Strahm went out to talk to Harris that ideally they would have liked to have gotten to this point without the bases loaded. But Sipp is up in the bullpen, and Sipp will come in for Hosmer.
The Royals have been very good this year with the bases loaded, a .299 team batting average, the 10th best mark in baseball.
If you're the Astros, you're trading outs for runs because now you got bases loaded, nobody out, and you try to do serious damage control. And if you're obviously the Royals, you're just trying to get closer. You know, if you could tie the game up or take the lead, that would be unbelievable. But you want to get closer. So productive runs in this inning are huge because you know you're going to face Gregerson.
The 1-1 to Cain. Swing and a base hit into left. It'll score at least one. Here's Rios to score easily. And the Royals, as they've done all year long, keep the line moving. It's a 3-run lead for Houston. And it's gotten uncomfortable enough for A.J. Hinch to make an immediate move for Tony Sipp.
Yeah, A.J.'s going to beat Harris back to the mound. You rarely see this. Harris having to back up the plate.
4 straight singles, a run in, bases loaded, nobody out. Here comes Kansas City. LDS went 5 games. 2012 Yanks Orioles, Tigers A's. And again, for those of you tuning in for Blue Jays Rangers, you can watch that on MLB Network and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. And we'll go out to Arlington as soon as this one's over.
This first pitch will be very interesting for the hitter-pitcher matchup. If I'm Hosmer, I'm looking dead red. And if I'm Sipp, I'm throwing a slider.
Bases loaded, a run in, nobody out.
Oh, man. That's dead red was coming, and he just got it outside the sweet zone.
he threw it high enough that Hosmer couldn't do anything with it.
Well, what that does now, you escape that first pitch, right? The aggressive momentum of the Royals. Now you can go to that slider and see if you can expand the zone from Hosmer.
Tony Sipp, one of the most effective left-handed American League relievers during the regular season, and he's appeared in every game this postseason for Houston. Hosmer swats that one into the corner and foul, falling behind 0-2. 0 for 3 today and 2 for his last 14 with runners in scoring position.
If there ever was a time, right now, Eric Hosmer, season on the line, series on the line, everything on the line right here off a tough left-handed pitcher. This is when the Royals, he's your 3-hole hitter, your 4-hole hitter, your cleanup hitter, the guy you're counting on. This is when you need to pick it up.
Kendrys Morales waits next. Bases loaded, a run in, nobody out. After a 3-run 7th by the Astros, Kansas City has countered immediately. Sipp's 2-strike pitch.
Sipp has been really good. Slider, slash, and changeup. Fastball command has put him in a nice situation. Although he got a Hosmer to swing at 2 pitches out of the zone.
Escobar, Zobrist, and Kane aboard with nobody out. The 1-2. And Hosmer lays off.
It's a great take.
There's the slider you were talking about when you said he's going to attack him with sliders. The last 2 pitches have shown he went fastballs up the first 2 pitches, and then these last 2 sliders have been really good takes by Eric Hosmer. You see him start to go, he's able to lay off.
What we call action pitch when you're a pitcher. You don't want to have to go to 3-2 if you can avoid it. You want something to happen right here, preferably good if you're Sipp.
The 2-2 to Hosmer. Swung on, lined into right field, a base hit. The line keeps moving still. 5 straight hits have opened the top of the 8th. And it's a not so comfortable 2-run Houston lead. Boy, what a fine 2-strike plate appearance that was by Eric Hosmer.
Well, and you know, we've said this throughout their lineup. That's what they do. They're not going to be nervous by the situation. They've come back before. They put together grinding at bats. You know you've got 2 innings left in your life for your season, and you don't want it to go when you're down 4 and just walk away. You're going to grind, and they are grinding.
They also have the merry-go-round going with the bases loaded. They're just getting singles, or they're 1 base at a time. Normally, if there was 2 outs or something, you would have seen the third base coach send them. But with no outs, the pressure's still on Tony Sipp right here. They just 1 base at a time until something makes them, someone hits an extra base hit or something makes them change their mind. But right now, they have the merry-go-round.
It's been a whole different story since Lance McCullers was removed after 6 1/3. That's when, not coincidentally, the Royals lineup has come to life. Here's Kendrys Morales now, the switch hitter, batting from the right side. He went 0 for 3 against McCullers as a left-handed batter today. The power from Morales comes left-handed. Still a good hitter from the right side, but as is the case for many switch hitters, higher average right, more pop left.
Well, you saw that changeup right there. It's almost that the Royals take their chances early in the count and then buckle down when they get 2 strikes. They don't have a lot of home run cuts with 2 strikes.
Back up the middle. Off Correa, on into center field. Kansas City has tied it in the 8th.
telling you right now, that ball had 2 different spins working. Of course, it was spinning funky when Sip deflects it. When we take a look at this next hop, it does not hop the way Correa thinks. We've seen him handle just about everything. This ball goes off the glove, changes the spin, and then look at that hop right there. Almost climbed the ladder. You could see him keep his head on the ball. This could have been an easy double play. Watch this hop right there. See how much higher it goes? That ball just did not go anywhere close to where Correa thought, as he was planning on stepping on second base and throwing to first.
You can also see him tuck his head a little bit, already starting to look at the bag. You see Tony Sip's reaction. He's clearly frustrated. He thought he maybe should have made a play, or Correa made a play, but that's a tricky hop for a shortstop. I know people are going to say, yeah, he should have made that play, but you have to understand the ball's spinning. The ball takes funky hops sometimes, and it just didn't work out for the Astros.
4 runs in with nobody out. They're going to score that as a tough luck E6.
Wow, I put down single because that's the first mistake I've made in 4 days now with my scorecards.
Get the whiteout out.
Here's Mike Moustakas. The infield is in. There's a pinch runner at first as Gerard Dyson takes over aboard for Morales.
Well, the Royals on the base pass did not take anything for granted right there. They were aggressive. They went first to third, and the runner at second got a good break to score all the way from second to tie this game up. And they're in a bonus situation now with nobody out.
Dyson will be going here really early.
A strike to Mike Moustakas. There's still nobody out. 6 consecutive hitters have reached base safely. 5 singles and an error. 4 runs. A nightmare situation for an Astros team that had grabbed a 6-2 lead moments earlier. To Moustakas.
Well, with the infield in, Altuve in on the grass, Correa still could field the bag if they decide to steal here with Dyson. But another 2-strike count with the Royals battling with 2 strikes. Somehow, some way, Moustakas is going to have to make contact.
John, you're right about the positioning of the shortstop. Normally when the infield's in and a runner's on first with speed, he can walk to second base because of the way they're positioned. No one can get to the base. But you see Correa right there is actually almost halfway to where he can still cover if Dyson steals and they feel they have a shot at him and throw him out at second for an out. It's a different defense than you normally see, especially when the game's in the line and the infield's in.
1-2 to Moustakas, and something else to bear in mind as we move forward now in a tie game. Each team is without one of its major power threats. Drew Butera's on deck. He took over for Salvador Perez last inning. And Marwin Gonzalez was used earlier in place of Chris Carter for the Astros. Moustakas hammers that one just foul.
Nice play by the ball boy down there. One hand carrying the stool. Very nonchalant. Just snagged it. No big deal. Go home, get a high five from the crowd. Go back to my stool. Watch this play by the ball boy. This ball's smoked right here. He gets up carrying the stool. No big deal. I'll catch it. Take a hand to the face by the fan in the front row. Sit right back down. Go back to chewing gum and watching the game.
Tony Sip just trying to find a put-away pitch to get the first out of the inning. There goes Dyson. And that ball swung on and tipped foul at the plate. Dyson had a huge jump. The Royals started this inning 3 for 21 with runners in scoring position. This inning, they are 3 for 4 in those situations.
Crazy game.
go-ahead run 90 feet away with nobody out. We've talked about the adjustments that Mike Moustakas has made against left-handed pitching, and the fact that by this time of the season it's really a lot harder to stunt him with situational changes. I mean, you're going to face him with a left-hander if you have the chance. However, Moustakas hit over 400 against left-handers in September.
Well, that's the adjustment of using the whole field, using left field, getting all those hits to left field, not just being a pull hitter, but now against lefty, he has the confidence to use the whole field and believe he can do it.
Two balls and two strikes.
You're just watching a team, and with Altuve moving in more and more, the likelihood of Moustakas, I mean, think about the odds of hitting the ball right at Altuve, but that's what they're hoping to prevent the the go-ahead run from scoring. But I have watched this all series, and as a pitcher, you just have to tip your hat sometimes to a hitter who keeps spoiling pitches and then changes his approach. There's not a lot of teams, lineup 1 through 9, that could do this, and that patience. We talked about power versus patience. The patience is finally paying off for the Royals.
The 2-2. Moustakas really giving Sip a battle here.
This is why the Royals don't strike out. They don't walk, but they also don't strike out. It's because they put these at-bats on you, John. They foul pitches off. They put the ball in play, which keeps the pressure on the defense. And this at-bat right here by Moustakas just is the perfect example of a typical Royals at-bat over the last couple years, especially in the postseason.
There's a guy in their dugout hoping to get the ball in Game 5, Johnny Cueto. And at least now the heartbeat's back, thinking you might have a chance.
Guy you just saw, Wade Davis, might be ready for a 6-out save. There goes Dyson again. Moustakas takes a ball up and in. Dyson's able to steal the base. Does it without a throw.
We talked about the awkward defense earlier. You can see Correa doesn't even cover. Therefore, Dyson has an easy shot at stealing second base. That's when the infield's in. That's the position you're put in because you can't clear the shortstop in order to open up the entire left side of the field. You have to concentrate on the runner at third. That's the one that really matters.
Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Second and third with 4 runs in and nobody out.
Now, John, as a catcher right here, I know Drew Gutierrez on deck. And he doesn't exactly have the hitting resume that a Salvador Perez has. So you have righties warming up in the pen. You can throw whatever pitch you want. You just want to make it a quality pitch because if you walk Moustakas here, it's not the end of the world.
Right.
Plus, it brings the force play and all bases into play.
Josh Fields is up in the bullpen for Houston. A swing and a miss. Finally, the first out of the inning. So here comes A.J. Hinch. He takes the ball from his left-hander, and the call will go out to Josh Fields. All tied in the 8th. And then this ball that was ruled an error by the rookie shortstop Carlos Correa have led to 4 game-tying runs here in the 8th. An unbelievable turn of events after all the momentum had shifted to the Astros. A couple of big home runs in the bottom of the 7th. And here is Kansas City pulling even immediately. So the call's gone out for the closer, Luke Gregerson, who will try to hold this at 6-6. The infield in, runners at second and third with 1 away for the catcher Drew Butera, making his first ever postseason plate appearance.
You can bet there's going to be a slew of sliders going through the signs. It's not out of the possibilities for a safety type squeeze or even a squeeze.
I'm thinking suicide squeeze. He's out of the windup. There's no way to change his motion. Butera, it's definitely in the realm of possibility.
Six years in the big leagues, and Drew Butera playing in the postseason for the first time. Came on defensively for Sal Perez, and again, his first at bat here this afternoon. Hosmer and Dyson aboard with 1 away. Boy, Hosmer's making you think about it, isn't he?
You know, what's amazing to me, you know, I know how hard it is to hit. Obviously, I've made a living trying to make sure that was possible. But the fact is that you know a slider's coming, and that pitch is about 2 feet off the plate. And the anxiousness, now he hasn't got many reps at the plate.
You're exactly right, John. It's knowing what's coming and being able to lay off the ball sliders that makes good hitters good and bad hitters bad.
Wow. He almost yanked that one all the way to a different town.
Wow.
That is an amazing stop. That I want to say that was skill, but that ball just found his glove because that ball was actually by him. And Castro, if they don't score to take the lead right here, you can give Jason Castro a huge pat on the back, as A.J. Hinch knows well, being an ex-catcher.
Again, Hosmer and Dyson aboard with 1 away. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Butera. Hit play and foul.
Hosmer's jockeying with Gregerson up and down the line, especially since Gregerson is out of the windup. Usually with the infield in and less than 2 outs, I prefer my pitcher to go out of the stretch.
Yeah.
I mean, plus, he'd be looking right at the runner. And I'm not saying Hosmer could make it, but if Gregerson goes with the same windup he's gone with these first 4 or 5 pitches to Butera, it'd be closer than you think. Not that they're going to do that or try that, but it would be interesting.
Well, the question's going to be, you know, only the third base coach will have alerted whether they're going on contact or not, or have to get the ball through. But out of the windup, Hosmer could technically get a big enough lead that on softer contact he could score even with the infield in. Now a bullet, that's a different case.
Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Full count.
After watching, you're talking about going on contact and not going on contact. After the ball Butera put in play, Eric Hosmer didn't move. So as a catcher, you always want to know, hey, can I get a heads up whether he's going on contact or making it go through? He didn't move right away. So for me, that tells me that he's not going on contact. Maybe that's changed here with the full count. But as a catcher, you look up and see him not go anywhere. That tells me he's making it go through.
The 3-2 home. Luke Gregerson faced the Royals as an Oakland A in last year's come-from-behind wildcard win, and although there were no earned runs charged to Gregerson, he came on in that 4-run rally, threw a wild pitch, and allowed damage on someone else's watch. It is an eerily similar situation here against Kansas City. Butera spoiling him off to stay alive at 3-2.
I'm telling you, I mean, Hosmer can run. I hear what you're saying too. If it was maybe even somebody else and they don't get the job done here, he could steal home based on how slow he's going out of the delivery if he times it right. Obviously no chance to do that right now as Butera is battling at home plate with 3-2 count.
The next full count pitch.
We keep talking about Hosmer and scoring or stealing home or whatever it is, but you can only, as a runner at third, take a lead as big as the third baseman is off the bag. So you're always looking at the third baseman saying, okay, he's 4 steps off. I can get 4 steps without feeling uncomfortable. The time that it's really uncomfortable is when you're in the shift. The defense is in a shift, and you feel like you're all the way at home plate, and you're about halfway down because there's no one behind you.
And Butera is able to check his swing and draw ball 4. What a terrific plate appearance.
That really was. But the difference is once you start your windup, you can get a huge lead because of the time it takes him. Once he goes to that sidestep, he is much slower out of the windup.
That'll bring up Alex Gordon, who under a completely different set of circumstances yesterday got to Luke Gregerson, an opposite field solo home run in the 9th that made it 4-2. Kansas City was unable to post anything further. But here you have the same matchup with the bases loaded in a tie game and only 1 away.
I actually think that walk ends up being the best thing that could have happened for the Astros. If he weren't to strike out, that's a different story. But now they have a semi chance for a double play with Gordon and his groin not running as well.
First offering here is swung on and missed.
It's still interesting he's going out of the windup. I still would want my pitcher, especially with the double play set up, to go out of the stretch, because the guy on first now can get a bigger lead because he knows there's no possibility, the first baseman's in front of him, there's no possibility of them possibly picking behind me with the pitcher and the first baseman. I mean, Gregerson's giving these guys gigantic secondary leads. If there's a ball hit anywhere in the outfield, not that Dyson wouldn't score anyways, but it makes it a lot easier on him.
Hosmer, Dyson, and Butera aboard with 1 away. The last 2 plate appearances for Kansas City, the strikeout to Moustakas and then Butera drawing the walk. Total 21 pitches. I mean, 2 terrific plate appearances, one ending a little better than the other. But this is what the Royals have done all year long. And as John mentioned earlier, a team that grinds out at bats, 1 on, 1 off, keep the line moving. It's exactly what's happened here in this 4-run 8th. Gordon bounces it to second. Altuve gets to it to get the out at the bag, but the Royals have scored their 5th run of the inning to take a 7-6 lead. That came also close to dribbling into right and scoring a pair.
Great play by Altuve here to get the out, keep them from a much bigger inning. I'm telling you, you'd have to open this roof to get the air back in the stadium. It is sucked right out of these fans that were feeling their 4-run lead and their chances being so great. But a 5 spot in the top of the 8th.
What a change in atmosphere. Half an inning.
Silent. I mean, this place was as loud as it was in 2005 when
someone else silenced them.
Biggio and Berkman were running around here.
Someone else silenced them in the 05 World Series. I'm not exactly sure, Matty, if you remember who that was or not.
Unbelievable. This half inning has taken over a half an hour in taking a lot of that life out of the home crowd. Here's Alex Rios, who started it all with a base hit a half an hour earlier.
It seems like 2 months ago since Alex Rios led off this inning with a hit.
Will Harris opened the inning. And then Tony Sipp, and now Gregerson. 30 minutes ago, we were talking about the Astros being 6 outs away from an ALCS berth. And now it's Kansas City talking about being 6 outs away from forcing a Game 5 back at Kauffman Stadium and giving Johnny Cueto a chance.
Now with Dyson on third, there is a real possibility of him stealing home.
No swing on the appeal, 2 balls and a strike. Dyson's got a huge walking lead. I mean, he's drifting halfway to the plate.
you got to think he's thinking about it, right? That's got to be the hardest thing in the world to do, is pull that trigger knowing that you got second and third and you're a hit away from really getting yourself a nice cushion.
But if you can walk home and steal another run, can you imagine the momentum that would give the Royals right here if he stole home?
I tell you what, he sped up that delivery a little bit right there.
And I think that's affecting Gregerson's ability, because he has to check the runner and it messes with his timing of his motion. You see Dyson fake break right here, and Gregerson usually has a little bit longer of a pause, but he couldn't do that because he saw Dyson take off. And even after he let the pitch go, you saw him kind of sneak a sideways glance over there at him.
It's 3 balls and a strike now to Alex Rios. Ball 4. And the 11th Royal of the inning will have a chance at the plate. The bases reloaded now for Alcides Escobar. And we're going to have another pinch runner, as Paulo Orlando will run and stay in the ballgame in right for Alex Rios.
Yeah, not only does this give them more speed, but it improves their defense. Would have made the move regardless. That's the way Ned has done it. And I talked to Ned earlier in the series, and he was hoping to keep Davis to 1 inning in a perfect world. Looks like it's going to be 2 innings for the big man.
Escobar's been hit by a pitch, singled and scored. The base hit, the run came this inning. A strike, and it's 0-1.
These Royals just keep bringing in guys that can fly. Dyson, Gore, Orlando. When I was with the White Sox and he first was signed by them, he was our designated pinch runner in spring training for me, and he would score every time. Steal second, steal third, if I ever got on base, that is.
0-2.
Joey Corey used to call him our spring training MVP, because he'd get on every time he seemed to come into a game, he'd score a run, and he was so fast and people didn't know him because he had number 89 on his back or something, and he would hit a chopper in the infield and guys would lay back on it, and he's already almost on second base by the time they threw it to first.
Bottom of the 8th, and Houston will have 9-1-2. Castro, Altuve, and Springer. Again, bear in mind some of the changes here that have taken Evan Gattis away, Chris Carter away. Alex Rios has been subbed out. So is Sal Perez. So is Kendrys Morales. That's a little more important for the Astros at this point, trailing and hoping not to trail by any more than just a run at the end of this inning.
And Butera had an incredible unnoticed at-bat that won't go in the scorebooks as something you were going to recognize other than a walk, but a big one. Not playing a lot and coming in and facing the closer and facing a bunch of sliders. Very, very important walk that led to the go-ahead run.
Again, the Rangers and Blue Jays are on MLB Network. We'll bring you that one as soon as this one comes to an end, whenever that may be. It's already a 4-0 Toronto lead in Arlington. You know, nobody expects out of Luke Gregerson to be that big-time velocity put-away closer. But in the postseason, you see the difference between having that plus stuff closer and a guy that does it on guile and finesse.
Yeah, he almost has to pick and choose his spots to throw a fastball. His fastball is a show pitch for that slider.
And he's still checking out Dyson. He's still worried about him.
Here's the next 1-2.
Dyson had him right there. You can't go with 2 strikes, but he's looking over and he's going, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Because Gregerson put his head down this time. More times than not, he's looking. Now watch him put his head down right there. He's got it. But you can't go with 2 strikes.
He wants to go.
Oh.
He is taking everything in his power for being over there all this time to not go. And Ned Yost, he's looking into the dugout at Ned Yost saying, just please let me go. If there was less than 2 strikes, again, I wouldn't be surprised if he would have tried it.
Still the ball and 2 strikes. Got it. Snuck the fastball past him on 1 and 2. The Royals don't like the call, but they certainly love the end result of the inning. To the bottom of the 8th, Kansas City has taken a 7-6 lead. After the 7th inning, it looked like Houston had punched its ticket to the ALCS. Kansas City, feeling otherwise, came right back to score 5 the very next half inning and take a 7-6 lead as we start the bottom half of the 8th. Welcome back to Houston. This has been a wild afternoon with Hall of Famer John Smoltz, A.J. Pierzynski, John Paul Morosi, Matt Vasgersian here at Minute Maid Park. A reminder that Game 4 between the Jays and Rangers is underway in Arlington, and you can watch it on MLB Network. We'll go there as soon as our game comes to a close, whenever that may be, as Wade Davis enters for Kansas City. He will try to convert on a 6-out save opportunity. At least that's the design for Kansas City. Jed Lowry will be the first to face him as a pinch hitter and fades a little pop back of shortstop for Escobar. In fact, let's find out what's happening in Arlington and check in with Kevin Burkhardt back in our Los Angeles studios. KB. All right, Kevin, thanks. Blue Jays going down 0-2 in that series. And trying to stave off elimination and send that one back to Toronto the same way the Royals are trying to get this series back to Kansas City. Paulo Orlando does indeed take over out there in right, as we speculated earlier, and now it's Altuve.
Well, I think this is one of the hardest guys in the whole league to get a hit off of. He has found his spot, has Davis. 92, 93 mile an hour cutter. He's got it all. The fastball that rushes up to 97, 98. And then that breaking ball just to give you a little different look. So, as you said, 6 outs is what they're looking.
The script has been flipped here. From the Astros needing 6 outs, now the Royals need 6 outs. And you're right, this guy is filthy. The cutter he throws is what makes him so tough. 93 mile an hour cutter.
Altuve grounds to shortstop. 2 out here in the 8th. You saw Greg Holland there, who has been so good at the very end of the Kansas City bullpen each of the last couple of years. And of course, Holland was season-ending Tommy John surgery. He's here in uniform, certainly not available. As you can tell, that surgery's fresh, walking around with a sling. His road to recovery is only just beginning, and there aren't many teams that could withstand such a loss the way the Royals have been able to. With Herrera, with Davis, with Madsen, who stepped up despite his struggles today. There's a pitch to George Springer that's in for a called strike.
And I'm surprised the Astros have been so aggressive against Davis, especially Lowry coming off the bench. I know pinch hitting's hard and you want to get the first pitch, but this is a 6-out save. You want to try and get his pitches up in the first inning.
But I really think that he's got such an advantage coming out of the pen. A, they know he's going to throw strikes. B, he's got wipeout stuff. And C, you don't want to get to 2 strikes. So for a guy coming off the bench who hasn't had the flow of the game, I think he was going to see anything over the middle of the plate. It happened to be a breaking ball, and he was going to go ahead and swing, and he did.
A very quick 1-2-3 last of the 8th by Wade Davis, heading to the 9th. It's still 7-6 Kansas City. Celebrate with your favorite team at the MLB.com shop. And we still don't know which one of these two teams will have ALCS gear available. It looked about an hour ago like it would be the Astros. But Kansas City, with a 5-run top of the 8th, is now 3 outs away on the other side of the scorecard from forcing a decisive Game 5 in Kansas City Tuesday night. Ben Zobrist leads off against the new pitcher. Right-hander Josh Fields takes over. Part of a new battery inserted by A.J. Hinch as Hank Conger takes over behind the plate after Jason Castro was pinch hit for.
Now Fields, one of the harder throwers, probably their hardest thrower on the roster right now out of the bullpen. You can see he comes over the top and definitely has the stuff. It's just a matter of honing it in.
It wasn't that long ago that Josh Fields was the Astros closer before they brought in guys like Pat Neshek, Tony Sipp, Luke Gregerson. This guy was their closer of the present and the future.
Boy, what a different story once the Royals got into the Houston bullpen. Lance McCullers was splendid today. 6 1/3. And there's ball 4 to Zobrist. So Kansas City thinking about padding its 1-run lead. They'd love some insurance here heading into the bottom of the 9th. Lorenzo Cain will have that chance. Again, a reminder that the Blue Jays and Rangers in progress on MLB Network. We'll take you out there as soon as this one comes to a close on FS1. Toronto really pouring it on now. A 6-0 lead. Derek Holland out of that game yet? He is.
Colby Lewis is taking over.
0-1 the count to Kane. He had an RBI single, one of the 5 singles in that 5-run 8th. Oh, 2. We talked about it, the fact that the Royals' largest deficit to a comeback win was 4 during the regular season. The largest lead blown by the Astros this year was 3. As Kane goes down on 3 pitches, and he was not a big fan of Ron Copla's strike zone. One gone for Fields. Now it's Eric Hosmer.
Another interesting meeting here with Hank Conger and Fields. Don't know exactly what they were talking about. Maybe something with Zobrist running Hosmer up, how they want to attack Hosmer. But just another odd timing meeting for a catcher to run out there and speak to the pitcher.
In the bottom of the 9th inning, Houston will have Correa, Rasmus, and then Marisnik. The 3, 4, 5 part of the order. These are two teams that have endured very different fates in postseason elimination games. Kansas City in elimination games 8-1 in their last 9. Their only loss, Game 7 of the World Series last year to Madison Bumgarner. A high drive into deep right center. Gomez can only watch it, and that one is gone. Eric Hosmer's last 2 at-bats of this series have been big ones. An RBI single in the 8th, a 2-run dinger in the 9th.
Well, that's the first time he's been able to get on top of that heater. They've been burying him in, and he's been getting beat. But he did not get beat in the last 2 at-bats. And this one up, he just drops the barrel. You don't have to swing up on a pitch high, but he absolutely
2-0 count. Hosmer's looking for nothing but damage right there. He got to pitch up. You see him drive it out into the Astros bullpen. That's what they've been looking for out of Eric Hosmer. We called for it last inning in the big at bat off the lefty. He got the big hit. And now to do damage. That was damage right there.
Gerard Dyson now with 2 runs in and 1 away. Eric Hosmer had been 1 for 15 in this series before his 8th inning RBI single.
That's the difference in being ahead in the count as a pitcher and behind in the count. You get behind to some of these guys, and your best weapon is a 4-seam fastball. Guys are not going to miss that.
Like I said, you can't push a button just because you've come back historically before and won a game that nobody in the world thought you could win. But that dugout is a confident dugout. They're not going crazy even right now. They're not smelling anything before they actually execute. But the whole time they have been putting together these at-bats, and finally that patience paid off in a big way with a crooked number with 5 runs in the 8th, and they've got their stud on the mound in Davis for 3 more outs.
Two gone after Dyson's caught looking, and now it's Mike Moustakas talking about how these two teams have really had different results in elimination games in the postseason. Kansas City's played so well. Should the Astros fail to come back today, that would bring their all-time record in postseason clinch games to 4-9. Check that. 3-10. Two balls and no strikes to Moustakas. Seems ironic that our Maytag trivia question today was in regards to the last time both American League Division Series went 5, because we seem close to that fate here. And the way that Texas-Toronto game has started, it looks like the Blue Jays are set to take that one back to Toronto. Now a 7-0 Jays lead in Arlington. Moustakas sends a fly ball, a pop-up to the right side of the infield for Marwin Gonzalez to retire the side. Eric Hosmer pads the lead. His 2-run home run takes us into the bottom half of the ninth with the Royals in command, 9-6. Guys of a 21-year-old rookie, the second youngest in postseason history to have a multiple home run game. His first coming in the third inning against Giordano Ventura, and then in the seventh, a two-run shot against Ryan Madson. That was followed by a Rasmus homer. It looked like the lead was comfortable, but as a part of the 5-run eighth, Carlos Correa charged with an error. 5 runs on 5 hits, that error, and the Royals have not looked back. In fact, they've added to it. So Carlos Correa would lead things off, last of the ninth. Wade Davis 3 outs away from forcing this series back to Kansas City Tuesday night. Correa, Rasmus, and Marisnick. Into center field, a base hit. Success with first pitch swings, and that theme continues.
Another nice swing here by Correa. Ready for the fastball from Wade Davis with a down by 3. See him right there trying to get on top of the ball. Looked like he broke his bat, but he hit it just hard enough to get it past Zobrist up the middle. That bat, as they say, went down a good soldier.
So now Colby Rasmus, 4 home runs this postseason. A single and a solo shot here today. How big was that 2-run home run by Hosmer? On a day like today, when nothing is taken for granted, that additional 2 runs, a huge cushion for Wade Davis, who has never had a 6-out save to his credit.
Well, yeah, it's nice to get those extra runs, because then you can face the first couple hitters totally different as a guy who's trying to close out the game. There's a good chance he wouldn't have started a fastball to Correa had it been a 1-run game, but you know you got a little bit of cushion, and you just don't want to put the tying run at the plate. That's typically, everybody knows as a closer, that's what you don't want to have happen if possible.
On the outside corner to make it 2-1.
It changes his approach, not only the pitcher but the catcher, because you keep looking up the scoreboard saying, okay, I have a 3-run lead. Okay, yes, Correa got on base, but then, okay, Rasmus has done a lot of damage in this series in the first 3+ games. I can go right after him. Even if he hits a homer, we're still winning. And not having Gaddis on deck, having Marisnick, that's a huge difference in the lineup and the way it plays out.
Two and two.
That's the pitch that makes Wade Davis so good. There's not a lot of guys since Mariano Rivera when he was pitching that can throw a cutter with the velocity that Wade Davis throws it with, and also the movement. And he is just filthy on left-handed hitters.
Leadoff hitter aboard after Correa's single. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Colby Rasmus. Marisnick next, and then Gomez in the hold. Looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter for Marisnick. Preston Tucker would bat next. And a called strike 3. And it looked like Colby knew it.
Everything this guy does, Davis, you don't really see a lot of emotion. You just see filthiness. And really, when you think about the Royals in this massive comeback, you don't see that they're reacting like this is impossible and that they could not believe themselves. It's a total different environment when you've been there and experienced success and gone to the World Series last year and been an out or 2 away from winning the World Series. Whereas on the other side, you're absolutely going to be pumped up. You're 6 outs away from moving on and playing in the ALCS.
Preston Tucker walked as a pinch hitter in game 2 of this series. 25-year-old rookie came through with a pair of pinch hit home runs during the regular season. If you're thinking about getting to Wade Davis for a crooked number, as the Astros will need to do. It's not very encouraging if you're a Houston fan to know that in 216 career relief appearances, Davis has only twice allowed as many as 3 runs.
This guy has taken the next step since he's come over to Kansas City. He was a starter in Tampa Bay, having faced him a number of times. When he took that step to the bullpen, whatever Dave Island taught him, pretty remarkable.
Big swing and a miss, and Tucker's down to his last strike, of 2 strikes now.
For me, I know you can have all the pitches in the world, but you got to have guts, and you got to have command, and you got to have the ability to throw it at any time, at any place, and that's what he does. You just can't lock in on anything. He's got 4 different pitches he can go to, and he's comfortable with them all.
Still ball and 2 strikes.
As a starter, he had the same stuff. He just didn't execute it. So what changes in your mindset when you get, hey, you're going to the bullpen? Yeah, he picked up a couple miles an hour, but he had the same pitches. He had a fastball, he had a cutter, he had a curveball, he had a split/changeup. But since he's gone to the bullpen, he's been unhittable.
Well, there's a big difference for the lane he wants to stay in. As a starter, you're thinking long term. You don't have the kind of velocity as a starter. He has just turned it up in that area.
And Tucker is rung up.
In other words, you can let it go for 3 outs at a time versus you have to sustain 7, 6 innings at a time.
2 out with a runner on as we take a look at our Bank of America play of the game. Eric Hosmer had been 1 for 15 in the series. Had a big RBI base hit in the 5-run 7th. And then a 2-run home run, or in the 8th rather, than a 2-run home run in the 9th. Eric Hosmer, a couple of big plays today. Share your favorite postseason memories using hashtag MLB Memory Bank. Carlos Gomez represents the last chance for Houston to try to keep this one alive. And the first offering from Davis misses the corner. Johnny Cueto would be the Game 5 starter back in Kansas City Tuesday night. And though nothing's been made official by the Astros, the guess is that Colin McHugh would get the ball once again for Houston.
Yeah, I've been on both sides of that. Begging to pitch and hoping to start the next series. It's 2 totally different emotions. For Colin McHugh, you're just hoping that you can start a best of 7 or pitch game 2 with Keuchel starting game 1. Now you're going to be forced into game 5. So you shift your gears and your emotions.
Gomez really late.
Is Keuchel going to be available out of the bullpen a la Madison Bumgarner against these Royals last year?
I would think so. Obviously, they know him. He's been pressed to the max. It's a little different when you've thrown 128 pitches and you know you've emptied the tank, but I would think so. The situation calls for it. I wouldn't call for 5 innings, though, because the 5 innings was desperation and there was no tomorrow. You got to temper it with moving on and what can you do after that. I know you got to get to that point. Game 7, all bets are off and you throw everything out the window. Anybody can do anything, but this is going to be such a mentally tough day and a half for Houston if they don't rally here with 2 outs and really collecting themselves to focus on this one game coming up.
Gomez lifts a fly ball into shallow right. Orlando makes the catch, and Kansas City comes back in game 4. A 5-run 8th. 2 insurance runs on the Hosmer homer in the 9th. And the Royals have forced a game 5 in Kansas City on Tuesday night. The Royals have been terrific when their backs have been most to the wall. Winners in 9 of their last 10 postseason games when facing elimination. Again, only Madison Bumgarner was able to prevent that from being a perfect number. Kansas City coming back today and forcing Game 5 on Tuesday. That might how the emotions and the momentum changed in this game after the 3-run 7th. Back-to-back Houston home runs. McCullers was brilliant. Correa hits a pair. You thought it's fate, and Houston's going to the ALCS. Not yet.
It's unbelievable. I mean, I know Houston came with their bags packed just in case, but they weren't hoping to put it in play. They weren't hoping to go on this another road trip. They were going to love winning this game and spending the time at home to see who they were going to play. Not so fast. We have Game 5 and a loud Royals Stadium.
I am in shock right now after seeing the way the Astros had that rally, put them up by 4, to see them come back the way the Royals did. Made it look easy, and Game 5 is going to be crazy in Kansas City.
Final score this afternoon, the Royals win it 9-6. For John Smoltz, A.J. Pierzynski, and John Paul Morosi, Matt Vasgersian thanking you for joining us from Houston. This terrific division series continues Tuesday night when Johnny Cueto and the AL champion Royals play host for the decisive Game 5. For now, we're getting ready to send you out to Arlington for the remainder of the Toronto-Texas game. Kenny Albert, Harold Reynolds, and Tom Verducci.